Good evening, good afternoon to those who are in America, those who are in Brazil, the Caribbean, all those places in the diaspora. Good afternoon to those people who are in the Americas, and a good evening to those who are in Africa, and a good morning for some people who are already in East Africa. It's already a Saturday morning, and uh, um, uh, uh, and good afternoon to those who are in the Americas, afternoon to those in Africa, and a good morning to those who are in Asia as well. Welcome, family. Apologies again for the technical problems that we had earlier. With regards to the stream, I was supposed to come here earlier, but I had some technical problems, and hence we had to move the stream to this time. But I'm glad to be here. Finally, we made it. Yeah, it's the weekly recap show where we just go through the programs that we had this week, be it the video uploads from His Excellency Mika, the shows from the guys, Wendatezi, with the political talk or political Sunday. But I know this coming weekend, it's gonna be the Hidden Hand. The new show by Wendatezi is gonna be the Hidden Hand, and we have the Diaspora Talk tomorrow, 8 p.m. East African time or 9 p.m. Central African time. So please join those shows as well. And on Monday, normally His Excellency Mika might be coming here. And Tuesdays, as you know, we've got our lady, the lady of the house, Tenzen, with the African traditions. And on Wednesday, we have Prof. Ezra, the brain. Also 8 p.m. East African time. So please join those shows. Every day we will be having a live stream, 8 p.m. East African time or 9 p.m. Central African time. But depending, just check your time zone, wherever you may be, and join us. Every day there will be a live stream. And not forgetting Thursdays, it's Dr. Ebenezer with the Potential of Africa talks. So join Dr. Ebenezer every Thursday, 8 p.m. East African time. And yeah, so that's our team. And as His Excellency on Monday, Mika outlined all the hosts for the channel. So please support each and every one of them, and support us, pray for us, support us in every way. Come and join the stream, comment, like, and subscribe to this channel, this beautiful channel. Subscribe to this beautiful channel, and let's get the movement rolling on the Swahili Nation channel. And also continue joining the YouTube's membership, and support us, family, support us. And there's a lot of categories that you can select from under the YouTube membership that you can join as you're supporting this channel. So there's different ways to support us. Continue doing that, and we love you and we thank you for those who've continuously been here with us and supporting us. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate all the love and the support, the encouragements, everything that you guys are doing for us, family. It really means a lot, and it comes deep from bottom of our heart, deep in our hearts, and we love you guys, and we know that as a family, we're all pulling our weight and we want to grow together. So please, family, take note of every show that we are doing every day, 8 p.m. East African time. So just check on your time zone where you may be, because we have people from all over the world. Wherever you find yourself, please in fact, the best way not to miss the streams is just on the notification icon. There's a notification bell there. Click on it and join. As long as you click the notification, you'll get notified either on your mobile device or whatever device you're using to connect with us. You'll be able to connect with us. You'll be able to be part of the stream. So please do that. Continue supporting us. Continue joining us. So we welcome you tonight. For those who are new in this channel, please subscribe. Please just click on that red icon there. Subscribe, like, please, family, just like. Let's do this, please. We need those likes. It also gives us some form of encouragement as well. So yeah, please do that and comment. Interact with us. Whatever topic we'll be joining and we'll be talking about tonight. Please join us. And as you know, family, we are a family that believes in prayer. And anyone, you're allowed to join us in prayer in your language, whatever how, join us in prayer. So I'm going to start with prayer before I really get down to the business of today, where we'll be just doing a recap of what's happening, events, announcements, all those things. So for now, I'm going to start with the prayer. Thank you, Abba Father, for this night. As we are joining with our brothers and sisters from all over the world, we pray, Father, that you guide us. I pray, Father, that all the people that will be joining us, Father, will bring something and will take something out of all these topics that we'll be talking and discussing tonight. In Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Thank you, family. What's happening? Yeah, family. So please, and also, super chats are also welcome, family. Anyway, another thing that I would love us to discuss is any questions as well about all the shows that we've been having throughout the week. Please, if you've got any queries, please drop a comment there, or any question you want to ask. I'm willing to assist and even answer to the best of my ability. And if there's any question that I cannot answer, I'll also just send it to the host of that show, and then we can then you guys will take it from there. And if there's any suggestion in terms of the topics that you think we should be covering, please also do the same thing. Send us a comment there, or even send us to oneafricaofficial@gmail.com. Please send us those suggestions and anything that you think we should be covering and topics that we should be highlighting in our continent and even out over there somewhere. I mean, so I'm sure there's a lot that you guys have and that you wish we could cover. So please do that. And yeah, that's all for now. But please, family, every day we will be having a stream 8 p.m. If it's moved, like in my case tonight, I had some technical issues that kind of hindered me from starting the stream. But if finally it's been resolved, I've got my internet back. So please, family, join us, support us. And I will highlight all this, the host again, just for you, for those who might have not been joining in the course of this week. I'll just give you the highlight and the people that you need to look out for. Our host here on the Swahili Nation on the One Africa platform. So feel free, family, to ask questions, recommend things for us, topics, conversations, anything highlighted to us. And one another thing is that we need to cover is the times. I know a lot of people sometimes join late because of not maybe subscribing or even not turning on the notification. I'm just going to repeat that again. Please turn on the notification icon so any video that we drop, you'll be the first to get notified on. And another thing is that I wanted to cover is the recap. We're gonna do some recaps for the week, and then if there's anything that you guys think we should talk about, feel free. We can have a light conversation. Anything that you guys feel that we need to just talk about, we can freestyle, go for any topic from topic to topic. We can. Yeah, so if there's anything that you want to come and talk about, I will share the stream as well, so that if there's anything that you think we should be covering or something that you want to join and even ask us, you can definitely do that. So I'm not going to even waste time, as I'm going to be doing some recap. but I will also just share the stream, the live stream link. So, and then you guys can join and let's just talk. Let's just talk. So there isn't really anything that I've really laid out there, but I'm gonna just be doing recaps and things that you've maybe learned over the week, and anything that you think we can just talk about that is of concern for our continent or of concern to the diaspora or anything, family. So yeah, I've just shared the live stream link. So if you want to join us, please join us. Join us, family. Wow. I see Maria Antoinette. Maria Antoinette, nice seeing you here. I'm feeling very encouraged seeing you. And, you know, so yeah, it's good being here, family. And, I was frustrated earlier because, like when you've prepared everything and bang, you can't connect. You can't connect. I keep on losing a connection, but I thank God that I'm here now. Wow. Just gonna share some streams to the people. And I don't know if your family what have you been, which shows have you been enjoying? Which topics did you enjoy this week? Which topics did you guys enjoy? Tell us, family. So let's see. I'm just gonna share some of the streams, some of the stuff that we topics and the stuff that we discussed in this week. Let's do this. I'm just gonna do this. I'm trying to share some of the streams. And which topics did you guys enjoy in this week? What are the most interesting ones for you? I enjoyed each and every one of them because I was listening this week to a lot of hosts, different topics. The potentials of Africa with Dr. Ebenezer yesterday was really great. And I enjoyed seeing Biggie and Yusuf yesterday joining Dr. Ebenezer, talking about the potentials of Africa. And I was listening, paying attention. There's time to listen and learn so much. I enjoyed that show last night. And again, another show that I listen to all of them. I watch all of my colleagues. And I also listen to education in the 21st century with Prof. Ezra, the brain. I also saw that I had the privilege to join them a little bit, and it was nice hearing the thought-provoking questions, the solutions, the interaction even with the comment section and the hosts and whoever was joining. All the guys that joined, I nearly joined, but I was like, nah, let me listen. So family, please do not forget, every Thursday, Dr. Ebenezer with the Potentials of Africa. Wednesdays, 8 p.m. East African time. Join Prof. Ezra the Brain with the conversation about education in the 21st century. Tuesdays, it's our sister Tenzin, who talks about African traditions. And it was also very much interesting, the conversation with Tenzin, her show as well. I also listened. And stay tuned for the coming shows that they will be hosting. I know some African men and women will love to know more about polygamy and stuff. She'll be covering those things, marriages and polygamy, next week, Tuesday, 8 p.m. East African time with Tenzin. They'll be talking about polygamy and marriages. So I'm sure that's going to be also an interesting topic, an interesting show to hear a lot of people, what's their view, what they think of polygamy, marriage, all those things. So, yeah. So I can't wait for next week. In fact, I can't wait for next week to really listen and be part of those conversations. Um, and then Sunday, my friend Mr. Mombasa, I call him Mr. Mombasa. My friend Mendatezi as well. He'll be joining us. Uh, um, he'll be joining us on his show on Sunday. His show is called The Hidden Hand. So join Mundatezi every Sunday. If you're interested in those conversations, The Hidden Hand. So stay tuned to hear what is The Hidden Hand, the show, Mundatezi's show. So, but yeah, I can't wait as well. And Biggie, he'll be also tomorrow, 8 p.m. Biggie will be here, the chief, the voice. He'll be in 8 p.m. as well, East African time. He'll be here talking about the diaspora talk, the stories that people who live in the diaspora, or living in any foreign country, or even living in a foreign, maybe neighboring country, or even living in another state or province. How has it been migrating from one place to living to another place? The challenges, the good, the bad, and the ugly, of moving for greener pastures and all those things, and having family, moving with your family, all those logistics, education as well in diaspora, living maybe the continent to study in America. What has been your challenges as somebody who's in the diaspora or working from those places? What has been the challenges? What has been the the advantages, the benefits, and the disadvantages? If it's really green to be outside, is it really green living home? Because they say living for greener pastures. So, but yeah, join Biggie on the Diaspora Talk every Saturday, 8 p.m. East African time. So those are our hosts: Biggie on Saturday, 8 p.m. Mondatezi on the Hidden Hand on Sunday, 8 p.m. East African time. Monday, normally His Excellency Mika will be in here. So join His Excellency Mika on Mondays. And he also came on Monday, just giving the family update of how the show will run, all the shows will run. And for those who missed, he brought the announcements on Monday of all the posts and stuff. And then Tuesdays, our sister Tenzen, talk about African traditions, marriages and polygamy. This week will be the conversation on Tuesday. So stay tuned for that. Wednesday, education week, education Wednesdays with the brain, Prof. Ezra, education in the 21st century. And Thursday, Dr. Ebenezer, with the potentials of Africa, coming up with ways to help Africa develop and reach its full potential. Those conversations, please join us. And I'll be coming in normally on Fridays. On a lighter note, I won't come with all the heavy conversations, but also planning to have more shows, even more hosts and more people coming to join the show. And we can all learn from people, experts, and all those. Yeah. So, but yeah, family. I'm just gonna start with. Just gonna try to share a video that that just something where we started this week. Just trying to check. Let's see here. Something I'm looking at here. Hey, I see Brother Yusuf is here. Hello, Brother Yusuf. Nice seeing you, teacher. Let's teacher Yusuf, Josie, teacher Josie. Always great seeing you. Sam, man. Thank you, Sam. This means a lot. This really means a lot. Your support is, it's out of this world. If there's somebody who needs the Swahili Nation Golden Award, so far, there's a lot of you guys, but I think Sam is leading, guys. Some of you need to fill up your socks. Sam is like leading the way, is leading the way, and thank you for all your support. Even Marie Antoinette, I must say, Sam and Marie Antoinette, your love and your support is shoo, it's out of this world. And I really, in terms of if we're giving golden awards this year for the most consistent people, you guys are up there. You're my number ones. Currently, I can say number one is Marie Antoinette. Both of you, Sam and Marie Antoinette, guys, that means a lot for us. Your support and everyone who joins us, teacher Josie as well. Always appreciate your support. Yeah, and let's do this, family. Just gonna do. Sure, let's see. Let's see. Just trying to get another thing here. Okay. And guys, how has it been joining us with the guys? Are you enjoying the show? Are you enjoying the movement? Are you enjoying everyone joining us? And our host as well. As I said earlier, if there's anything that you think we should be covering, please do not hesitate to tell us. Yeah, if there's anything you guys feel that we need to cover, please drop those comments there so that we know what to add, things that we can try to do, to add on the shows and stuff. So it really means a lot, guys. If we're getting suggestions, any feedback and things that we think you think we should be improving on, please send us to oneafricaofficial@gmail.com. But we will be giving away another email address soon. What else was there? I'm just trying to get. Oh, family, please, if you just join us, because we see a lot of people that join us, but they don't subscribe. Please subscribe. That really means a lot if you guys subscribe, So this is what I'm gonna do now. Yeah, we'll be waiting, Sam. Let's do this. Just trying to share some of the conversations where it all started. I'm just gonna run down from last week. For those who've missed out, we started last week. Our family, we started last week. There's different hosts every day, and if you want to be part of this and want to come and help or come and be part of the hosts, please send us an email or even drop your comments here to say, hey guys, I'm a journalist, I'm this, I'm that, and I have something that I want to share with the family. Please feel free to do that. Feel free to do that. We are this platform is welcoming everyone. If you've got something that you think will be positive contribution to the world, please join us and let's all learn from each other. Each one teach one. Just gonna share something here today.
This is going out to everybody. Thank you guys. I can see my Marieto Dan, Willie Rivers, Marie Antoinette. It's good to see you, Marie Antoinette. And Nana Dreams is there too. Thank you for joining. So we're gonna have a general conversation on what diaspora's been trying to help Africa and Africans, and at the same time we want that feedback also. Maybe we didn't do enough or we're short in something. So this is the topic for today. If anybody want to add more, can put it on the comment section. Please make sure that you subscribe and press the like button. We're live.
So family, that was our biggest show. That's where we started this past weekend, past Saturday, with the Diaspora Talk. Join him again tomorrow. He'll be online live 8 p.m. East African time. That's biggie for you. The Diaspora Talk. If you've got something you want to contribute in terms of life in the diaspora, living away from home, living in a different country, if you've got any experience, maybe you're living in Taiwan, like my brother Pai, or you're living in China, studying, working, Australia, wherever you find yourself, and you've got something that you feel that you want to share with the family, please do that. Please do that. Come, and then we can link up with you and then just share the stories. For those who are still in Africa or in any country that will want to visit or come and study in those places, at least they'll have some form of information on where to start if they want to move into that country. Whether you're in the US, I know we've got a lot of people in the US that's studying, working, or that have moved to the US from Africa or from any other part of the world. And what has been their culture shock, will love to learn and will love to hear even the systems, how they work, so that it will help a lot of young people when they want to come to those places to study, to do anything, that they do things the right way and they don't really get deported and all these other things that we've been seeing. So family, please help us, and please be part of the knowledge sharing. As Africans, we need to share more. We need to learn more from one another as people. So I see Marie Antoinette says, what is she saying? Short or shallow attention is a great challenge all over the world. What can we do as Africans, such as listening to Kora music, Tomani Diabate, Balaka Sisoko? Wow. Wow. What can we do? Yeah. What can we do as Africans? Wow. My internet, there's a lot. But I'll leave out to the guys out there. My internet is just posting something. And family, come and join us. Come and join me. Let's all be here together today. I just want to talk with you, family. Nothing serious. If you got a serious talk, we can have it serious. If you want to take it light, we can take it light. If it's something thought provoking, also you're more than welcome. So please join me. It feels lonely being here. I know my internet, Sam, yourself, they're keeping me busy and keeping me awake as well, because it's late in Africa. For the most part, So, but we don't just sleep in Africa. If somebody thinks Africans are sleeping, they're mistaken. But wherever you're joining us, family, any country joining us from, in Africa, in Europe, Asia, North America, South America, please come and join me. Come and join us. Let's talk. You know. And I see Marie-Antoinette says there's teachers here. Yeah, we've got teachers, Marie-Antoinette. It's like teacher Josie. He's here, I see. We can always brainstorm. I know he's also somebody who always has ideas and solutions. And one thing I like, family, is that we are always bringing solutions. I like how people are now not just complaining, but they always have something that they believe we should be doing as a family, So I'm just gonna do this. There's something I need to just fix here. My lighting is not. Let me see. Sorry about that, family. And the teacher is here tonight.
Yeah.
Teacher Josie, welcome. Is Teacher Josie still setting up?
Mm, okay.
Uh,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
yes, welcome, Teacher Josie.
Ezra, how are you?
All good, all blessed, all pumped up, all ready for tonight. And how's things, Teacher Josie? How's school? How's the kids? How's family? How's everything? How's your life going? It's been a while since
Ah,
we talked.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm very well.
Good to hear that.
It's all right. So,
Can you hear me? Um, can you guys hear us? Or is
yeah,
it just
now
my
I
side?
can hear you.
You
I'm
can hear
sorry.
me now. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, Teacher Josie. Well, what do you want to talk
Mm,
about tonight? Oh, in fact, before we can go there, um,
mm,
I saw you yesterday. Obviously, you were here. You're part of the
mm,
solutions, the potentials of Africa with Dr. Ebenezer yesterday. But one of the shows, I mean, amongst the shows so far, what has been some of your highlight besides yesterday? I know you listen to us a lot.
mm. Yeah, actually, uh, for me, everything. I enjoyed everything on this platform, and when comment is needed, I do speak, and so far I didn't see anything negative. But here, I want to forward some comments, some two comments
Mm-hmm.
as far as this platform is concerned. The first thing is you ask it which one you enjoyed, but as to me, it's better to ask which one or which program the family not enjoyed, so that some corrections, amendments, improvements might be made to this program or platform. The next comment I want to raise here is what I saw from our yesterday's platform is that I, I, I I feel there is fear or maybe lack of confidence from from some family members to share live on this platform.
Hmm.
Just
Hmm.
you know that when I come live here, I know that I'm not perfect in communication, in speaking spontaneously, as native English speakers can't uh, in speaking spontaneously in my native language. I know that. Again, I know I do make pauses. It's like now when I speak, and I know I don't speak spontaneously. I feel that just I feel that I can communicate. I'm sure that I can communicate. I can convey what I want to say on different subject matters. I don't care about my voice, whether it is good or bad, whether it is attractive. This is not the case. What is needed, actually, I made a comment uh, eventually yesterday. What is needed is the stuff we share on this platform, the message, the points we make on this platform matters. Voice is something natural. And so we don't have to refrain from making comments live on this platform. I'm saying this, I see that with profound potential, but instead of going to live and stammering like me, it's better to write as they think. But it's good to come here and talk, and that is what I want to say. You have to initiate families to speak out what they have to share on this platform, because you can't write more on a comment section, but you can speak, you can share a lot by speaking, and that is the two comments I want to share right now. Thank you, Ezra.
Thank you very much, Teacher Josie, and that's very true. I've also noticed what you that observation. I share that same observation with you, because I've noticed that a lot of like a lot of people, they're out there like with so much great ideas, solutions, and I see them on the comment section. And I'm sure there's also people who just watch, not even comment, even not even a single comment, who have like great ideas, who are dealing with some of the things that we're discussing here. And I pray that they'll get courage one of these days to come and just share with us and be part of this conversation. And for us as family, we're not looking for, guys with ties and who are very serious, who know how to speak, who went to did all this speak seminars and stuff. If it happens that you do have those things, fine, come and join us. But we want people to talk regardless of how their speech is. We don't want you to have complicated, a well-crafted person. We want the original person, a person that we can relate, people that we meet every day in our lives. We want people who can come and just share. I mean, from an honest point of view, from a human perspective, somebody who's just original, who's legit, who's just, So some people, I think they feel that they need to put makeup before they come here. We don't want makeup. We just want you as an individual, because we want to learn from each and every one of you, family. So if you're joining us, we want to join. Even if you don't need to even show your face. Sometimes all we need is just a voice. Speak. Whether you're stammering, whether you're good in English or not good in English. Come, and if you speak any other language, French, we've got guys that are who can translate French for us here, like Biggie. We've got a lot. We've got Yusuf, another Yusuf from Mali, by the way. He also can speak French. So a lot. We've got a lot of people that can even translate for us. So any language, American, if you feel that you're more comfortable, come. We need all these languages. We need to embrace each and every language. Um, but more, we're gonna be starting another thing, since we're on the knowledge, on the language, is the Swahili Nation language. We also need to embrace it as one of the unifying languages that we've seen as a model, especially in Tanzania, where people were united on a language, on that language, for example, Swahili. So, and hopefully in the near future, we will be having some lessons. People will come and teach us some Swahili words, Swahili greetings, like the basics. So feel free, family, and I can't wait for those teachers. I'm sure Tanzania will also come and help us and teach us some Swahili. I can't wait to learn more about Swahili and learn the language. It's also one of those things that I also want to learn myself. So it's going to be a challenge that I put up there for myself. But yeah, I mean, we need to family. So we should not be worried about, trying to look perfect for us or perfect to the world. Come, let's talk. Come, let's speak. Let's share the ideas. We want to hear more from you, family. We don't want a place where knowledge dies with people. So I hear what you're saying, Teacher Josie, that We need people with all the knowledge. They should not keep those knowledge in their brains or in their corners, but we need them. The world needs those things. So I totally agree with you there. And for those who love to join us, family, more than welcome to join us. And you can join us. We can come and talk about anything. Tonight is just open lines, open for anything. If you want to talk about anything, cars, we can talk about cars. If you want to talk about uh, um, Africa, anything that has been happening on the continent that is of importance that we need to be aware of, please come in. Let's discuss it. Anything, anything. Um, that would be really great, our family. So yeah, wow. Wow, wow, wow. There's something that I'm seeing here from Sam. Greetings, Pastor. Hey, Tenzin. Greetings. Hello, hello, hello. And wow, Sam, that would be great, Sam, if we can come with help with the language lesson part if you want. More than welcome, Sam. This is your home. Anytime when you're ready, speak to us. Oh, he says, I'm making a website that teaches you any language you want. Wow, this is great, Sam. Please, please, let's make it happen. That you come and teach us and show us this website that you're busy with. Um, and it'll be really great. I mean, once you're ready to launch it, that we can um, all partake and learn from you and learn from this website. So that'll be really great, Sam. And I see, said, well, then in a week's time, you should be done. Wow. Okay, yeah. Just hit us up once you're done, Sam. Then we can take it from there. Uh, okay. Let's do this. Hey, before we go further, hey, I want to welcome our Wednesday host, our host of education, education in the 21st century, uh, Prof. Ezra the Brain. Welcome.
Thank you, Pastor Ezra. Thank you, teacher Josie. I think it's teacher Josie who's there, right? On that.
Yes,
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
greeting to you guys. How are you guys doing? I know we've had so much content delivered this week, so much covered, and you're gonna have your hands full. You're gonna be quite busy looking at all of them. But I think if this week was anything to go by, in the coming weeks and the coming months, we're gonna have amazing. I didn't have a chance to listen to Dr. Abenezer's yesterday. I was busy at work, but so I was listening to it earlier before you came on, and it was a long 3 hours, but I didn't get a chance to finish. But at least some of the things I was listening to, I was like, wow. Just even on potential alone, you could just cover. I was like, what is the topic going to be on potential? How's Dr. Ebenezer going to cover it? And he did an incredible job of really trying to help us understand what we mean by potential and potency, and break it down from that simple, basic, you plant that kind of approach of planting the seed and letting it grow kind of approach. And it is there's so much to cover. I mean, with tradition, we had an incredible set of content covered on that part. So many things to explore. Gave a hint of the many aspects of cultures, traditions that Africa possesses that are assets to Africa. They are not burden to Africa. These are assets. These are things that make Africa what it is. These are things that holds Africa together, that binds Africa together. At the grassroots level, how people, communities form relationship, bond, and Josie was incredible in providing some of the, some of the incredible traditional cultural part of Ethiopia, like particularly the Gada system. I hope you get a chance one day to cover even at length what the Gada system or any other Ethiopian traditional practices that are essential to the lives and well-being of people in their community. So incredible content. My education parts, I wanted to set the tone, and I had an incredible time and an incredible opportunity to set the tone. And the questions, particularly Sam was in the chat room, who was posing really good questions, challenging questions, and so we really dived into it. We even had, Maria Antoinette finally show up on the show, and really we heard her voice and heard. I mean, I was so privileged. I felt like I was that. I'm the most special. I'm the most special of all the shows here. Like, it was Maria Antoinette showing up, and then really giving us the kind of boost that we need, the kind of confidence that we need, that we are actually doing something meaningful and something useful to people. So we are not getting a lot of audiences. Hopefully, in the coming weeks we will get more people to come and hear us. Maybe not the entire shows, but some of the shows. And what an incredible week that we had. I think we also had Montesi and the diaspora talk, and Political Sunday was also interesting. I'm looking forward to how Montesi would cover. I don't know if he covered it the last time. I didn't hear the whole show, but how he would cover the case of Rwanda agreeing to accept, agreeing with the UK to accept extradited people and have their immigration case be heard in Rwanda. I mean, I don't know how it's going to work out. I thought that was very strengthening on the part of Rwanda to say yes to something like that, something nefarious like that. I mean, the Ukrainian refugees don't have to go to a third-party country to have their cases heard in UK. Why should African citizens have to endure something like that? So it'll be interesting to see the politics, the specter of that, what that means, and for East Africa. I know I've heard of East African countries, pledging to fight any kind of extremism, terrorism together. There were some meetings being held by senior military people. It'll be interesting to see the politics of it in the coming week. And for diaspora, I mean, it's a little bit disjointed right now, all over the map. Diaspora, the African diaspora, are too busy hustling for bread, and so it will be interesting how the conversation will go in terms of how do we center our conversation around the diaspora and see ways, a path for our diaspora to come and join the One Africa movement, the One Africa direction, the uniting Africa for the purpose of bringing a better life for the citizens of Africa and Africans. So it's interesting, very interesting. So I had a lot of lessons learned on my part throughout the week. So I wanted to share that with you guys.
Wow. That's really interesting what you all highlighted as well, Prof. But what I know is, obviously, people, we're all still learning, we're all still trying to settle in. And I think with time, you're going to have those people who will be junkies for different programs as well. And with time, obviously, you will build sort of a base where people know and they feel comfortable and they know that this is your type of style, this is how you handle things, this is how you kind of ask questions, But I think people will settle into it with time, and I'm sure even Mwendatezi, because he's changed his show. It's now called The Hidden Hand. So when you said something about the story about Rwanda taking the refugees or the people, I mean, taking the role of that. I mean, I think they have an agreement with UK about them doing the checkups and all those things. if somebody qualifies to be a refugee or all those things. It will be interesting as well, looking at the hidden hand. What's driving UK to do such? I mean, why take such a measure to not allow people, or people come to your land and you send them to Africa for verification or to do the paperwork? And if and what do you do if those people do not qualify or meet your criteria there in the UK? Do you now say they must stay there in Rwanda, or Rwanda will send those people back to their own home countries, or what's going to happen? It will be very interesting to cover this topic. I think if he doesn't cover it, I think since you came up with this thing, I think you should cover it if possible.
Very political though. It's very hidden. I mean, definitely lots of hidden hands in there, right there. How many of them? We can't count them. Too many of them.
Exactly.
From UN refugees. I mean, there's all sort of international laws that are like on the verge of being violated. Because like sometimes some refugees are running away from persecutions, from criminals to political persecutions. I mean, and then why for Africans? Why not for any other refugees? Why not for Ukrainian refugees that are coming to UK who are applying for this? So it'll be interesting. I think Mando says you will find it very interesting, and definitely could have something. And a lot of the times we say, oh, Africans, they can't make peace between each other, among each other, and they can't seem to see each other eye to eye, and all they do is kill each other. It's like that is the visible part. But a lot of the times, it's like those people who are behind the scene, stoking those differences, stoking the differences between the Zulus and the Xhosas, right? And the Shonas and then the Beles, or the Oromos and Amaras, or the Hausas and the Fulanis and the Yorubas, like those people, those behind the scene, those forces that are behind the scenes, they're very dangerous forces that are at play, and most of the time they're hardly seen in public. So, and the other one standing on the pulpit to say, like, pointing a finger and pretending to be, they are so far from it. All they care about is some kind of human right, or this, they are they are frustrated that that ordinary people are like being at the crosshair of all these tensions, these conflicts. We urgently request, and those are the people who have the means and the waste and the funding to be able to go out there and be so invisible in their actions. So I'm interested to know all the invisible hand. What are the invisible hand behind the exploitation of uranium in Niger? I'm not talking about the French government. What are the French companies? The wealthy French person, woman or man, who has made their fortune from this. So it'll be interesting. I'll be excited to hear something in terms of how these things play out.
Yeah, this is gonna be a big topic. I mean, and like something that really kind of just sparked my mind now is all this just came suddenly. It's like it was like something that we didn't even hear the developing story.
No.
We just heard like the breaking news of it, like, hey, Rwanda now will be doing this. We're like, what?
I'm sure it took months, if not years, to negotiate the process, right?
Obviously. And I just hope that Rwanda won't get a backlash with regards to like, imagine now people going there. I mean, trying to, maybe they will try to go to the UK, any Western country, and Now they're back home in Africa. You left Africa, you get there, they say go back to Africa, go do your stuff there in Africa before coming back here.
Oh my God.
You get there, and then the people there in Rwanda, they process the stuff, and then they say reject or not approved. So that means that person will be what? What's going to happen? I mean, are they going to be deported, or will they now have to apply from there in Rwanda instead of them being deported, or what's going to happen? That's
I
going to
mean,
be interesting.
this is kind of murky. I mean, imagine in Rwanda, English language is not. I've been to Rwanda before, so English language is not like yeah. So like you might have to live there, right? You might have to live there. Is that mandatory?
That's mandatory.
We are doing his show for him. Hey, he's like, are you guys taking over my show? No.
Mandatory, welcome, brother. But he's still muted, that's why.
Yeah, he's probably saying something.
But you can continue the brain.
Yeah, so I mean, like Rwanda, it's not it's a great place, nicely governed, well organized, great security. And I saw it as a visitor. It was a work trip I took once, but what I noticed is that English language is so not so. If you are, let's say, a Nigerian refugee, and I have to wait, let's say, 2 to 3 years in Rwanda, right, until your case is adjudicated in the immigration process to migrate to UK. I wonder how you're gonna survive. Or like in terms of getting a job. I mean, you're more likely to be okay in Rwanda if you speak Swahili or speak maybe a little bit of French. But if you are if you come from an English-speaking one, I don't know. I want to hear from some Rwandese who have maybe much better understanding of what we're looking at here, to come in and maybe enlighten us a little bit. But I just think that it's just the way it's gonna work out. It's just gonna have so much mess. It's gonna be so messy, and then the other element, the political element of it, it's not gonna be a good image for Rwanda to be the hand, like the kind of like the tool, the instrument of Western hypocrisy on the treatment of Black people. Whether Rwanda would treat these people with some dignity and with some kind of decorum, and they like welcome them into their community and provide them all the things they need while their cases are being heard. That is just that being said, the fact that the notion that a country in Africa is playing a part in some kind of nefarious way, the bidding of a Western power to further inflict pain on African Black people, to mistreat, to exercise, continue to exercise your racially inspired kind of policies on immigration. To be part in that is going to damage the reputation of Rwanda as a shining example of Rwanda, and as a shining example of a country in Africa. And I don't know how Rwandese are couching it, because a number of many Africans will find it suspect. They're like, why is Rwanda participating? Why is Rwanda cooperating? What are they getting out of it? Is it worth it enough for them to put up, to put their fellow Africans to participate in such a thing? Well, what is the thing? What is the payout that makes it worthy for them to do this? So these are questions that really need answering. Like, I don't know, Rwanda. I don't know if Rwanda has thought through all these things. But if they have thought through it, I don't know. I don't see the upside that much. I don't see why they should be a part to something like that. What is the thing they're getting? Anyways, yeah. I would love to hear Montetezi's thoughts on this.
Yeah. Hey guys, man. How are you guys doing?
Hey, Montetezi, how you doing?
Good, bro. Nice seeing you, man. That's easy. The hidden
Yeah,
hand.
man. Yeah, actually, I'm sorry, man. I'm late, man. Today I had a heavy meal of injera at around yeah, it's
So you got
knocked
Ethiopia,
me out.
you got
Knocked
you
me
got
out.
you got Ethiopia dancing in your stomach, huh?
Yeah. And now I'm here to digest. Yeah, but on this issue of Rwanda, actually, I wanted to cover it last time, but I don't think we had enough time, and I think the conversation took another turn last time. But yeah, it's a very interesting issue. It's not, you know, what's even more interesting is that it's not even Rwanda that was given the first, it's not the first choice. Rwanda was not the first choice
Oh,
for
okay.
the UK government. They actually offered it to Kenya, and Kenya denied it. And there is this history. It's not even Kenya is not even the first choice. Also, there's actually a couple of countries that actually rejected this deal before it actually reached Rwanda. But Rwanda is not Rwanda. I think they received 127 million pounds. So it's a lot of money. I think is it 127 million pounds or yeah
But that's not a lot. That's not a lot of money for the kind of the kind of consequence for doing something like this.
Yeah, but you know, also there's also I don't know. There's also refugees is big business. There's a big. I've seen. It's not even Uganda took Syrian refugees back when not Syrian, Afghanistan.
But
Back when
that's through
Afghanistan was
UN.
falling to the Taliban.
Yeah, that's
Uganda
through.
took a lot of refugees. Also, Rwanda took a lot. The only reason Kenya is not taking a lot of refugees is because we already have a lot of refugees from Somalia, and also there is a lot of as we were talking. I don't know when we were talking this. I think it was during Tanzan's show that the Kenyan government is kind of has a lot of Islamophobia. So they don't. So if they move, if they so they don't. They're not really interested in adding a lot of Islamic refugees into the country.
Mm-hmm.
But Rwanda for that 127 million pounds for Rwanda, that's a lot of money for Rwanda.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you look at the Rwandan economy, they are in they have a lot of debt. People don't see this, but all these good projects that Rwanda is doing, it's debt driven. So yeah, there's a lot of hidden hands. There's a lot of hidden motivation, but one of them is debt. You find if you look at East Africa, one of the highest debt what is it, debt distressed. The highest debt distressed country is probably Kenya and South Sudan, but Rwanda is also up there. So you find that this 127 million, and so far they only have the capacity to process 100 refugees. So I don't know how it's going to work.
Oh my God! I just googled it, and Rwanda debt to GDP 60% in 2020.
Yeah, they have a lot
That is massive.
Yeah, they have a lot of
60%?
they have a lot of debt.
But
So,
if they put that money on investment, that's gonna be okay. They can recoup that. Like if that money is stolen somewhere, then you have a problem, right? So
yeah. Also, if you look at a big chunk of the GDP comes from gold, and
what?
yeah. Rwanda is a very interesting country. If you look at its economic situation, it's a very interesting country. A big chunk of it comes from exporting gold, and they don't have gold mines in Rwanda. It's a very funny scenario they have with the Congo, you know.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh.
hidden hands are coming out now.
Yeah.
I've always
So
suspected that. I've always suspected something.
So
Something.
yeah, this is what happens when you have a lot of these PR countries. You know,
Yo.
yeah.
I'm looking.
So
I'm trying to look at. Let's see what would be for Kenya, like the debt ratio. But I mean, high
the
debt
debt in
ratio
Kenya
is
is
not necessarily.
72%. So it's
It's not
higher than
necessarily.
Rwanda. It's higher than Rwanda. It's 72%.
Oh, okay.
It's right. It's a
Yeah,
big.
it says 2022 is 70.19. That's
Yeah, it's somewhere there. It's around there. It's people say it's on the upper 70s. That they claim that it's around there. But that number tends to change. I don't know, whoever you look at, that number seems to change from 70 to 72 to 7. Some are saying as high as 78. So it depends on who you watch. Even Nigeria is in the upper 70s or something like that. Yeah, Africa has
okay.
that really big debt problem. It's a
So
massive problem.
South Africa has about what it says. I believe I'm just googling 69.45. Okay, that's South Africa. I think Nigeria will be. I wonder what Nigeria debt to. Oh, it's actually no, not bad. Nigeria says here 35%.
Nigeria is 35%.
Yeah, no, there was a time Nigeria paid off huge amount of debts. So
You sure? Because
Nigeria is. Let me see Ethiopia. Ethiopia. Ethiopia is 55%. Let me see. Sometimes, some countries that have this. Eritrea. Let me see if Eritrea. Oh, Eritrea. Oh my God. Now Eritrea is the one they should worry. Is 189.2%. 189. That's like many times fold the GDP. Oh, Eritrea probably needs some rescue.
But also depending if they can service their debt, it becomes more difficult if you cannot service your debt, or you don't have any other revenue streams to like your government in terms of their revenue services. If they are failing to get more money to service their debt, the only thing is now, if you haven't borrowed money for projects that will start bringing returns in your country, then that becomes a big problem, because some of them you might have be over 100% debt to ratio, but you find that other projects are coming to stream. They'll bring more revenue. You can service that debt, but you've got your country also moving forward in terms of whatever that you borrowed money for.
Yeah, I think that's
So
essential, because you got America is about 133%, but they are such an incredible country to lend money, because of course they control interest rates, so that allows them to control the rates you charge them, and they control the dollar, and that allows them. But still, it's 133% to the GDP. That's a huge, right? That's a huge, massive thing. So, but it's about servicing. So data in of itself is not necessarily bad. It's just the nature of the debt, right? What kind of debt is it? Commercial? Is it high interest rates debt that is like taking away, massive amount of resources? Or is it interest, the interest manageable interest rates, or or even some of those debt, interest rate hasn't kicked in yet. So they haven't. And what are you putting it on? Are you putting it on something, like you said, that generates some kind of wealth that is able to pay for the debt, and it creates opportunity as well? So, right? So it's not all necessarily bad, right? So
I don't know. I don't know. Some people will disagree. There are a lot of economists that might there are those who say that, and there are those who are also in a different school of thought.
Yeah, but normative and positive statements. Some because the fact that you are in economics, it doesn't mean you cannot have an opinion, and an opinion means opinion, right? Like
Yeah,
I have
I'm
different
saying,
opinion. We use the same data, so there are people who say, if you're a very rich person, don't use your money, borrow, right? Borrow money and use borrowed money, or we use equity financing. Like, it's much better to use equity to finance. It's much more efficient for the money than using your money to do it. There are some people say no. I mean, like, if you are building, let's say railroads that connect counties of rich, wealthy counties that are rich with natural resources and some kind of potential for agriculture that can generate enormous amount of GDP. Wouldn't you borrow money to get that done? Because if you don't borrow money, it's going to take you 100 years to get that done. You borrow money, you accelerate that process. So
yeah.
equity allows you to do those things. So I wouldn't just rule out death just purely like it's the science of the scientific or the empirical aspect of it suggests that there's some good to it, but it's not all good.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there is also that. But like I said, this is actually a very. If you look at this discussion, it's a very interesting discussion. Actually, we've been having it all over Africa. It's been a
Yes.
very huge discussion in Africa. But the one difference, because Africans we say, hey, look at United States, look at the Japan, look at there are countries in the world that have huge, like I think Japan probably almost has double, if not more than double its GDP. It's probably in the
Yeah.
200% or somewhere near close to that area. But
Mhm.
if you look at these countries, like you can't compare your debt. You took your debt in dollars,
Mhm.
and these guys, these other countries, they took their debt in their own currency.
Yes.
Africans, we did not take that debt in our own currency. We took our debt in dollars.
Yeah.
So we can't really just print ourselves out of debt. These other countries, they have the ability to just print themselves out of debt. Like United States, it's very risky to compare yourself to United States, because United States, their debt is in dollars. If
No,
worst
but
comes to worst, they can
but
just
the thing,
print.
no, you don't compare, like, and looking at the dates, like just purely the dates, but you look at what are debts for? What are the purpose of debts?
Yeah,
So
yeah. I think
then that's why you say sometimes you have to borrow, like, borrowing, government borrowing, or like debt financing is an essential instrument that countries should have at their disposal to accelerate growth. Like, in that sense, I don't see like, you look at it, but the nature and the substance and the magnitude of the dates, the nature of the dates, the form of the dates, that's there. I will agree with you. I will go with that discussion, but I think it should be a nuanced discussion as opposed to a blank. Like, yeah, it's not about comparing with America, but why does America borrow? Is to finance investment, to finance, strategic areas of continued growth. So they are financing. I mean, nowadays they are financing just consumerism, but in the old days they used to finance massive infrastructure that has created the kind of economy they have. At the end of the Cold War, I think America's economy was 10 or 9 or 10 trillion dollars. That was in 1990 or 1991, and 30 years later, 30 years later, that the economy has doubled. It's over $22 trillion. I'm talking about the annual output, but that output has to be backed with investment in order to produce $22 trillion worth of output. There's a massive amount of investment that is required to support that, and financing helps facilitate the process. Sometimes you have the money to pay for it, but sometimes you don't. But you have to understand, like, countries that are like debt financing, you just have to think why they are borrowing and then really be strategic and very smart about it, and don't have to saddle themselves with burden that they cannot, like unrealistic economic expectations. Like, for example, I wouldn't support Ethiopia to borrow money to industrialize. Industrialization is not our core competency. If we spend $10 billion trying to industrialize to compete with Vietnam, we're not going to win that. There are countries that have much stronger competency being industrialized, in the sense of like being a manufacturing hub for the world. But I would like, if Ethiopia would say, oh, let's invest on educational institutions, so that our educational institution can be open to other outsiders to come in and learn, maybe African students to come and learn with some, some degree of affordability, then you say, yeah, that's the one I would borrow for. I would say so. There had to be that kind of thinking that goes into it, which usually doesn't happen. Those kind of thinking don't go into it. Then we end up, thinking is the problem is debt. But meanwhile, the problem is not debt. The problem is the way we thought about it, the way we approached it, the way we used it. The way we use the instrument is what the problem was.
Yeah, yeah. I think you spoken truth that, yeah, how we use debt is also important. But I think the World Bank puts that there is actually an ideal. I think there's an agreed threshold that debt to GDP ratio should be around. The World Bank. I think I've googled the World Bank saying 60% or something like that. But in East Africa, I think it was agreed that it should be less than 50% in East Africa. That was the threshold put a long time ago. But I think a lot of countries in East Africa have already broken that threshold. But I think maybe people plan to, when they rebase the economies, maybe that will be revised, and all of our debt will maybe be below that 50%. But at the moment, right now, I think we've broken that threshold. Then there's also this thing of what debt servicing. Yeah, it's good to, well, if you I think all debt, yeah, if you use debt well, there's a good argument that if you use debt well, it will, it should give you a lot of returns. But a lot of the times, that's not the case, especially in Africa. It's just the debt has gone to maybe infrastructure projects that usually they don't prove to provide a lot of money, especially the Chinese debt, where they call them what, white elephant projects, where they don't have a lot of returns. But we find that countries like Kenya, even Rwanda, we are stuck paying what, high debt. Was it, when it comes to debt to GDP ratio? You can see like Kenya, we're in 69%. I say something, I'm saying 70%. 70% of the taxes. Okay, not even when we've collected taxes. I think we should also look at that ratio. The percentage of taxes collected that is going to debt servicing. You will find if it's probably more than, in Kenya right now, it's more than the recurrent expenditure that's supposed to. So meaning that most of the money collected is going to service debt. So you can just imagine that type of stress that the government is being given, that type of, so you can find that already it will hurt other services like healthcare, education, you can be even military expenditure, it's hurting that all these other sectors, because a lot of the money is going to service debt. So, and then also you can look at the inflation. Right now I think Kenya is suffering high levels of inflation. I don't know if Rwanda is suffering. I think Rwanda is also, because of the high debt, I'm sure they're also pushing that high level of inflation. So when it comes to, that's why I kind of understood Rwanda. At some point, you just understood, like, there's also the lack of industrialization. It actually gets into the way of industrialization, because you see now the government has to increase taxes, which discourages, makes the production of goods in your country very uncompetitive. because now the government has to increase the taxes in order to pay debt. So there's a lot of interesting factors that goes to play when it comes to this issue of debt. It's a very every country will find a lot of interesting discussion, every debates like this, because Africa, we have a lot of debt, man. That one, I think we need to discuss this issue very
Yeah, very serious. Like, I was just looking at Tanzania. It has about 37% ratio, which is quite interesting how they managed to do that. But even you can have a very low threshold, and then your servicing, which you pointed out, the servicing could be bad, right? Your servicing, because the kind of loan that you have matters, right? Which, like, the terms of the loans, the terms of the debt matters, like how that could be dealt with. So some really really nefarious commercial interests that sometimes saddle African countries with really um, uh, really bad terms that really strangles these countries with some and really bad conditions. And also servicing, the ratio of servicing must be looked at. And I think that's how much of the debt is are you expected to pay off in what time frame, so and I think the issue of stifling of investment, because is also another one, because in order to really take care of uh, very bad debt deals, very bad very bad debt terms. You're talking about somebody has to pay for it, and taxes are the ways governments do it. And when you tax those people who that can actually be using that money to invest, that should be using that money to invest. I mean, like an effective rate of 10%, meaning 10% of your profits is, instead of going to future investment, is going to go into some kind of, economy, you call it leakage. Tax is a leakage from the system. It's not necessarily it's not necessarily a good thing to be taxed. So it's only good because there's certain things that the market cannot take care of, so you expect the government to take care of. But other than that, tax takes away potential investment that could go somewhere. And then when you have high debt service, I think those are things that. So yeah, you're right. Monetary, we have to cover these things. We have to cover I think also the China debt is also sometimes used for political purpose, but there's some valid aspect to it that must be taken into account as we look at the dates element. There's certain things that, because the Chinese don't ask what you do with the money, they don't, and so there's a benefit to it. But if the government that's borrowing that money is corrupt, then you're screwed. I know Ethiopia had a problem. That was one of the reasons why we had a political crisis in the prior to 2018. Had borrowed money to start these sugar manufacturing industries across the country, like about 10 of them. And then when debt payments were about to begin, we haven't even made one of them operational. I think debt had to be paid off, but none of those things, not even a single factory was close to being operational. Like the closest one was 18 or 15% complete. 8 years into 8 years into the process of being built. The corruption there, they say, over $2 billion were due to be paid sometimes around 2018 or 2019. And I remember Prime Minister Abiy having to shuttle to the Arab countries to get some kind of rescue money to really, because the Chinese were not gonna negotiate anything. I think they were gunning for the Ethiopian Airlines as a way for payback. And so they had to, like, even though the debt ratio was not high, like the debt burden, the debt to GDP ratio was not high, but when you have debts that are like that are just gonna wipe out your your assets, because important assets. I mean, we say Chinese do it, but the Europeans were doing it to the Greeks when they were asking them to refinance their debt. They were asking them for islands to hand over to European financial institutions, like tourist islands that were worth billions of dollars were being asked of the Greeks as part of the refinancing. So when you borrow money, even if the country is benevolent, and when it comes to payback, they're not going to be too nice, because it's going to set precedents. So they're going to be very literal to the letter. So in enforcing it. So yeah.
I think another thing, like taking from the point that Monatezi raised earlier about inflation. I think a lot of countries, especially those who are non who are not part of the OPEC, or who do not have really I think we've been having a lot of inflation coming from energy prices, like your oil, especially currently with all this Ukrainian and Russia wars that has been affecting a lot of prices in terms of gas and oil. A lot of countries that do not produce their own are feeling the pressure in terms of the price, and it's also affecting food prices, as we know that with oil it affects almost everything. It's a ripple effect. And another thing, again, on the debt side as well, what you said, I think hence we need a lot of private sector sometimes to even take the risk in terms of like such project. Let's say a sugar project, maybe a sugar plant or whatever, or oil plant. I mean, we really need more private sector taking those risks instead of government taking such major projects and end up being in so much debt, and even I mean end up losing. I mean, before even for example, the factory or the project coming to operation, you already your creditors are already knocking and say, hey, you said 2023 December you'll start paying me, where's my money? So but if it was more a private sector project, that means the government will not be really having so much pressure now to complete and even have to push this thing to operate. But if it's more a private sector project, they'll take the risk. If they're losing money, they'll have to go to their own creditors for more money, or even from their own operation somewhere to finish the project. And I think currently a lot of countries or even businesses have not been taking big projects. I mean, if you look at the 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 percentage, if you look in the numbers in terms of big projects, big projects coming into production, let's say a gas plant, for example. If you had to do a gas plant or oil facility, I mean, currently, if you're saying like the one in maybe Nigeria, where they're building a big a refinery, in most cases, even if you plan to say 20 billion, in most cases you probably gonna blow 25 billion on that project. You're gonna have cost overruns. There isn't, like they say, apparently it's like less than 30% of big projects come into production on time, on budget. So that's why you're having a few people that are taking big projects. If government takes the projects, they know that there is gonna be like those unplanned costs, of which they need to kind of guarantee, because maybe they're looking at inside in a sense of this for their national interest, or a strategic sector that they're willing to fund until it comes into production and stuff. But currently you won't see a lot of major projects, because a lot of creditors are also shying away from such, because of the cost overruns of many big projects. Hence, they rather go for smaller projects that we know that in most cases you're gonna get this thing running quicker or on time or on budget than a big project where you're 60% into building that big refinery or whatever. Then you realize that there's maybe design faults that needs to be fixed. There's environmental stoppages, which is now more cost for you and more time that's been delaying you. So it's like some of the projects are really hectic. I mean, if you ask the guys that are more doing project management, they will tell you how stressful it is for, I mean, big projects, especially energy projects where you encounter a lot of things. Sometimes even if you've got everything figured out, now there's a lawsuit about your company polluting the water or the river or something, and there's work stoppages or there's like a labor strike or something. So it's forever like that's why a lot of financiers as well are shying away. That's why you get a lot of now big projects being financed by governments instead of private sector. I mean, when you look at what you said about Ethiopia, I think if that project was taken by a private sector, it kind of elevated some of the remove some of that risk that the government had to take. But now, as for a national interest, the government is willing to say, "Oh, I'll put more money into this until it works." And whether it'll be profitable by the time it's come to production, it's another story again, another risk. But for the national interest, it has to be done, So, but and again, we have to look at the private sector debt, because sometimes when we're looking at that, we just think government. I think we're always looking at the government debt. Sometimes you find that the stats, if you break down between private in the country and government, then you can really understand whether your government, how much is really, really government debt and how much is like combined debt of the nation. And also look at, when you look at some of these projects, like, okay, the government now, most of governments are now doing the bonds thing. They issue bonds and just to raise money. So those are the things that I've been seeing a lot of African countries now doing, getting into this government bonds and issuing bonds for maybe 30 years, 20 years and stuff. But who's buying into those things? Mostly it's your asset managers who are buying into those those type of government bonds. And obviously governments are now caught in that 30-year bond. They have to service that debt for those years. And so, but for the nation's interest, some of the things they are forced to kind of take those risks and say, we need to do this. Like, for example, if you don't have, like with Nigeria, I know that Mandatezi always questions my favorite business leader, Mr. Aliko Dangote, there in Nigeria, but I think he's really doing a tremendous job.
I mean, the results speak for themselves, I think. Yeah.
But I know Mandatezi is another theory, Prof. Ezra, about...
He's an oil prince. He's an oil prince. He's not a big time oil prince.
When it comes to invisible hands, I would defer it to, like what is behind or behind something, the behind of the behind. I think Mandatezi has good insight on that one. But I think overall, despite all the stuff, I think he's an exemplary entrepreneur in the context of Africa. I think I'm with Ezra when it comes to that.
Oil prince. I think his entrepreneurship skills are in the. let me. We've already have the discussion. We talk about Nigeria a lot. You just see to Niger here right now. That's how you summon to Niger.
It's a good thing, we want to Niger come over.
Yeah. I'm not saying but I think I wanted to talk about you have talked about two things, Pastor Ezra, that I wanted to also touch on. And also the brain has talked about a very interesting case study of Ethiopia when it comes to industrialization. People think industrialization is easy, man. It's and one of the, as we say, hidden hands. When it comes to industrialization, happens when when people think that you can just we can just manufacture. When a government believes that, hey, we can just manufacture. Actually, people, I don't think the Ethiopian government is as corrupt as people think it is. Actually, I don't think it's actually, I feel like one of the few efficient governments. Even the one before, I feel like
Yes.
it's one of the few
Yes.
efficient governments. The problem is just maybe the economic policy was not maybe well informed, but they did. It may look like so when a project fails, it's easy to assume that it is corruption, but yeah, but usually if you look at
No, it
maybe
was post Medless. It was becoming corrupt. Medless knew how to do it. Medless knew how to feed in a little bit of the hunger. It's like, so they were like, oh, go build 400 condominiums. Okay, Medless will make sure at least 380 of them are built. Okay, that is it's like kind of like managing, and then he will use. Medless was very shrewd, so he will use the knowledge of your corruption. That data will be stored, and anytime you pose a political threat, it will be taken out, and you are in court before you know it. One day you are best buddy, the next day you are in court, because like all of a sudden you think you are powerful enough. No, I know all your dirt. So like in some ways, it was used as a true instrument of control. But once Medless went away, those guys who were that getting that 20% of the cut for their pocket, now they were taking 80% of the cut and not doing any well as well. Like projects that would under Medless that would take a year and a half, were taking 5 years, still not being complete. So the corruption here was between 2012 and 2018 was at the height of it. That was a peak of it. There was nobody was controlling these horses. They were just rampant all over the place, and that's why hence you had the mishap on the sugar industry. You have, or even industrial zones that were put up, about 10 of them that were put up, operating at 20, 30, less than 20% rate. But I think you were going to talk about some of the hidden hands of manufacturing industrializations. But I just wanted to make that correction a little bit here.
yeah. So when it comes, I actually read about the sugar, the attempt in Ethiopia to industrialize the sugar, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think the money was spent in wrongfully, or maybe there was corrupt, but I don't think it was significant to the point that it destroyed the industry. The problem, I think, came from, first of all, it was in the wrong industry, because there's a global sugar glut. So already, it was not the right industry to actually invest in. Second of all, people when people assume industrialization, it happens actually not only in Ethiopia is just a good case study, but I think the other African countries that have attempted this and failed. The problem with industrialization is it's not it's a trap. It's a black hole. It's a trap, because first of all, when you to industrialize, maybe you say, oh, let's buy these machines. The money, when you buy these machines, you find that you've spent already capital on just buying the machines, right? Then now there's the capital to maintain that machine. You get to maintain the machines, because those parts of those machines, they're not made in your country, they're made in another country. Even then, and also the maintenance is not even going to be done, it's also exported. So you find that just to industrialize these machines that are very complex or somehow complex, you find yourself now having a negative balance of trade, meaning that you are already, just to make whatever you're making, you are importing more than what you're going to export. You're spending more money, is going outside by just buying the nuts and bolts, getting to all that. It's done just to get that one product. You are losing more money outside the economy than what is coming from the product you're industrializing or you're creating. So that is the black hole of industrialization. That it's not as easy as people say, hey, let's industrialize. Like, you really have to have a deep what is it, in technological, like the nuts need to be made in your country, all the parts of that machine, from the rubber to it really just has to be made in your country.
And then
So that
just to add to that, and then you add to that the value chain problems, right? The supply chain and value chain problems,
yeah.
like from
Then there's also
logistics to raw materials. And where are you gonna get the raw materials? Those raw materials have been signed over to some powerful countries already. Like, if I want to get aluminium, there are only a few places in the world that have aluminium, right? So then you have to compete. And then if you're a small country, and then you have all sort of these bottlenecks that are like the market doesn't want you to be in there. Like they have, whole set of problems. Anyways, yeah, I think I just wanted to add to that.
yeah. Okay, let me allow turns. And I see we've been talking a lot here, and even Yanatan. I think Yanatan has run away. Man. Let me allow other people to speak.
Jonathan, come back, please. Come back.
He's the economist.
Hi, you guys are just wrapped up in the conversation. No time to say hello. Greetings, everybody.
Greetings,
Hi.
Tenzin. Sorry, Tenzin, but this gentleman, they just leave a lady hanging like that. I can't
Just
believe
like
you
that,
guys.
like,
Can't believe you guys.
I don't know
the
if
men
people
are
are
talking.
Welcome, Tenzin.
Oh,
And by the
welcome.
way, Tenzin, to the family, Tenzin is our host, African Traditions, every Tuesday, 8 p.m. East African time. To this coming Tuesday, you're talking about polygamy in marriage, if I'm not mistaken, huh?
Yes. I decided to go with something that will either bring people together or make them disagree. But it is something that we're all very familiar with because now.
That's Mondays' favorite topic, by the way.
Oh, wow. Well, then he better be there. But, just examining our traditions, our culture, and, where better to start than that. But in relation to what we were talking about in terms of the countries and so on, and how saddled we are with debt and more to come, what is the national, how much aid do we get in comparison? Is that any drop in amount, or is that negligible in terms of debt? In other words, can we use our aid to pay our debt?
It's a very straightforward answer for you. Turns out it's a very straightforward. It's not even a drop. Like when you drop it, before it lands, evaporates. That's how.
Oh, wow! So it's that
somewhere like I think Africa. I think somewhere around 1 to 2% of our GDP is. So I think the last I saw was $55 billion a year total aid money. No, somewhere between 29 and 55
billion.
29 and 55 billion. And I think Ethiopia is one of those countries that is above the Africa average. So the Africa average is less than 2%, but Ethiopia would probably be one of those countries that gets somewhere around 5% of GDP. So yeah, but just to give you, but it's not. Aid money actually gets a lot of gatekeepers. It's mostly used to buy the access to power and control power, like just to distribute, like to buy power. They use it to buy power because it's not.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, so there goes that. No, I don't have any other ideas. Continue.
The best way to pay the debt is to allow Africans to have open space for enterprise and for entrepreneurship, not like entrepreneurship in the sense of like this fancified Silicon Valley kind of entrepreneur. I'm talking about like very localized kind of entrepreneurship, like less hurdle for African young people to do whatever they are doing. If they're hustling, their hustle should be given the space. I think whatever hustle should be given space, to the extent that it doesn't harm other people. Like at least it doesn't harm the community. Like, so that allows a degree of like, because entrepreneurship is like a learning curve. And, the more you do it, the better you become. The more you fail, the better you become. So people start failing in entrepreneurship, that's fine. But like that, I think that's where we will be able to generate meaningful wealth. So the generation of wealth is where we lack a big problem, where we lack in Africa. So in order to generate wealth, you need people who understand value, creation of value. You have to create value. What value are you creating? And in order to create value, somebody has to own the creation of value. But the person who owns the creation of value has to recognize context and conditions of the people, so within which they're operating. So if they are like entrepreneurs, they are much better placed. Like, if I'm a Zulu entrepreneur, I'm much better placed to do some entrepreneurial work somewhere in Durban, and really understand context, the conditions that might be, because entrepreneurship is about problem solving. It's about creating value. Once you create the value, then you think about, how do I monetize the value? And when you monetize, that's when you start to cash in terms of wealth. So wealth creation is where we're lacking. In order to create wealth, you need to open up the potentials of young people, and then to open up the potentials of young people, you have to give them a little bit more freedom and more leeway to play, even bordering the lines of kind of illegality, just close to it, some kind of like wild west, a little bit of wild west kind of like adventure. Like, hey, there's a gold to be mined, let's just go mine the heck out of it kind of approach, but not necessarily totally free hand, but just some of it. At least that's
just a little bit of the bending of the law. You don't break it entirely, just bend it at some corners. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, so what happens if a country cannot pay back? I mean,
they don't get money. They don't get borrowed. They don't get. Nobody will lend them money. They will be ostracized internationally. And
what Zimbabwe went through.
When the government doesn't pay, when they go into default, and you find that there will be a complete halt of internal revenue. Was it investments? What's the name? I've forgotten the name. It's that the investments that come from outside, there will be a complete halt. So, and governments will stop. Banks will stop loaning people in that government, in that country. The banks will completely stop loaning people. It will be just a halt in the financial systems of that country. It will be a complete stop.
And your asset can be seized anytime, like Argentina was experiencing. Your asset, if you have properties and assets somewhere else, those finances can contest them on their courts and their whatever respective jurisdiction, and it's a mess. It's not a good one.
But before they do that, it'll first go obviously to the credit ratings. Those Fitch and Standard & Poor. Those will be the first one to downgrade your government's credit ratings first.
Yes.
And in most cases, they won't just seize. If it comes from most international finance, will not quickly just rush to seize their assets and all that stuff. Normally, there will be others who will be willing to help, but at a higher interest. So that's what normally some governments get into, higher interest debts. And then it's like you've got debt, you're using more debt to pay another debt. So they don't just rush to do that, because there are always people who are willing to borrow, but your credit ratings first and your country will be downgraded. And then obviously most creditors will say, if I'm to borrow 10 Zen money, she doesn't really have a good credit score, but she's desperate. She desperately needs this money. I can borrow the money, but it will come at a high interest. And if those things also have failed, or you've overborrowed so much, then that's where now it can go to governments going for defaults and even
about this interest thing. If let's say I come to you and I can't pay, or I have a sketchy history, but you charge me a higher interest, wouldn't it be harder for me to pay that higher interest than somebody who has a better track record? Like, you understand? If I'm already in a bad position to borrow,
the creditors at the tail end of it, what they're looking for is the intervention from IMF to come in, and they want that, so they want to accelerate that.
They want to accelerate. They're looking for what now?
So they're looking for IMF and World Bank kind of combination, which is where they would they will accelerate to a stage where your debt is so unserviceable that and then you'll be forced to make like major kind of compromises,
right,
and having to sit down and make agreement on default. And that kind of things usually is conducted by International Monetary Fund, the IMF. And then and when IMF comes to deal with those kind of things, my God, it's so painful. It's so painful, but the creditors benefit from it because they get all sort of ways, because nobody wants to displease the creditors. So let's say in the case of Greek, the European Union will say, we will find a way to shut you up, to kind of like, like to feed you something that will keep you happy and these things. So I let go of Greeks, but we take it from here. And then from Greek and the European will say, you have to privatize this, you have to do this, you have to do this. All those things that IMF has been dreaming about doing in your country. Then they get to do those things. You can't say no to those things.
Wow. Well, let's be happy that it hasn't hit the fan yet. We're still living in the limbo.
Actually, Kenya is there.
The cycle, the loan cycle is still going. It's still going. So go ahead.
Mwanatezi, before you come back, let's just give just my
whatever. Am I like the bastard of the show today? I'm just kidding. I have to say, first of all, Malcolm, it's a Good Friday for Eastern Orthodox following people. So happy Friday. Good Friday. Easter's around the corner. Yeah, and of course there's Ramadan going on and all of that. I actually just wanted to come in to congratulate SNN to have had an amazing week. And of course, I'm sure there's too many people to say you guys did a great job, but I wasn't able to attend all of them. There's Tanzan here, your show. I was able to partially listen to. Ezra, I kind of missed. And I have a comment about what you said to me at the end of your show, but that will come later. About the Injera situation. And Mwanatezi, I have to tell you, I just got back from my 6-mile walk today. You'll be proud. And I did listen to your show. Now, you guys have been doing an amazing job. And even if I wasn't able to attend, I just wanted to make sure you were not like on Africa time, that you're actually being proper. And everybody was on time. So, hey, congratulations for being very professional. Good job. So, great week. And I can't wait until many, many more. Of course, all the issues that you're all covering is so interconnected. It's what we call wicked problems, because you cannot solve one without solving the other. So even if you're talking about education, it has a lot to do with health, it has a lot to do with politics, it has a lot to do with everything else that societies go through. I really didn't want to get too much into what you guys were all talking about, but I do want to say about the Rwanda and this whole migrants being outsourced to governments are becoming entrepreneurial. You've been talking about entrepreneurship. It's not just individuals, but even governments are, in order to finance and to pay and to save money. And sometimes they do it because private sector does a better job when it comes to efficiency and effectiveness of delivery of services. So we've been like in what we call the West. I don't want to call it developed countries. They've been doing that for a while. So even public service, basic public service, including health services.
Prison. Don't forget prison, including prison.
Oh, prison is the craziest thing. Even military, like, right? Yeah. So we outsource our military as well in the West. But so yeah, you're absolutely right. Even education, we're having a lot of that debate in the United States right now about privatizing that. But there are certain things as a public sector work that you do, you should not, because there's always going to be, whenever you look at it from a private sector point of view of running things as business, there's no equity in that. It's really about financial benefit. So like migration, international migration should not be outsourced, period. So I'm not very happy about what Europe is doing and what Rwanda is doing personally, because I can just see what the mess that's going to come out of that. I'm not a big fan. But I think they're the first African country to become an entrepreneurial government. They're following what other countries have been doing in the West. That's how I look at it. Because, and don't forget, we're talking about international migrants that are coming from regions that are much more closer to Europe than Rwanda, right?
Is
so I don't know how they're gonna.
I don't know. It was all migrants. I thought it was African migrant focus.
Yeah, but a lot of those migrants are coming from Northern Africa. Like, what are they going to go to Rwanda?
Okay.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So even if they're going from Eritrea or from Ethiopia or from Sudan or from Nigeria, I mean, it's completely doesn't make any sense to me. But that's my point of view about that. But I understand. I think they're trying to understand. Like you were, Ezra, you were talking about education when I was listening to you about how the funding is so low, right? So 100 and something million is a lot of money for a government like Rwanda that they could use that to. I'm just saying education could be one thing, but it could just be infrastructure. It could be whatever. So it is a lot of money. It's not a small amount of money that Europe is giving them. And that's on top of the fact that they're going to pay for the services that they're going to do. So, no, I'm completely not a big fan of that ideology of certain public meaning this is not a private sector work that you should be doing. This is government's jobs, whether you're a migrant from one end and then the ones that's receiving it. I think outsourcing those issues is dangerous. And we've seen that here in the United States with Mexico during the last previous administration outsourcing it to Mexico and what that led to. And that on top of the fact that it was happening in the middle of a pandemic. So no, not a big fan at all. And I think it's just going to lead to other countries doing even crazier things that are public service jobs that the government should be responsible for. If not the international organizations, and not like making deals between governments like England and what? Are you kidding me? Rwanda? Just doesn't make sense. That's that. Yeah, so that's the one comment I want to say about that. And there was a lot of things that were in my head that you guys were talking about that at this point I really don't want to get into that because is this a weekly recap or is this a political show? Whose show is this, by the way? I'm confused now. I need a post. This is Ezra's show.
This is our show, This is still our show,
Okay. There's no theme because I'm trying to be very polite and not like go off topic. You guys have been very good, even though, like I said, there's so much intersectionality about issues. So even though you're talking about one thing, it would lead to discussions about others. And but yeah, so recap wise, congratulations, great week. Thank you, Tanzan. You did an amazing job. I tried to save you because they tried to hijack your show you went for 6 hours, I think, right, Tanzan? I was like, what is going on over here? Great job.
Thank you.
Ezra, I listened to the show afterwards and, yeah, that's right. I forgot about the injera thing. So first of all, I'm not going to have a cooking show. Second of all, I do know how to make teif injera. Actually, I made kullet the other day and I made kullet tapo.
Oh my God.
I know how to make every single Ethiopian dish you could imagine. I know how to cut the chicken with it. Yeah, so I do, but I'm not going to have a show.
Come on.
So when I said I was making...
Coming to your house to eat, coming to your house to eat, man.
No, it's funny because after you said that, I'm like, I probably should do like little video vignettes about how to make kullet because a lot of people don't know how to make it. Yes. I'm very good at it. Maybe I'll do something like that and then we can share that.
Sure. But seriously, like to me, like food is so central to African tradition. Like we talked about it one time with Mondatezi, and one of those long hours that we talked about. I remember the food, the drinking, the alcohol, the wine stuff. I think like to me like a show on food, African food, as in different kind of African food. I mean, since you have the adventures of cooking all different Ethiopian food, it's so much easier to venture even to West Africa, even though they're different. Because cooking Ethiopian food is so difficult, so complex. It has all these things that could go wrong to it. I think it's
like Big E's wine exploding. He was saying he was making.
And I think like it's not that difficult to learn how to cook wache or fufu or ugali or So like to me, like I think like a food show, man. Like that, like we'll eat with you, we'll cook and eat with you, man. Come on, Jonathan, take one segment.
So yours is the dangerous food. The exploding food.
No. Wait, Tanzan, that wasn't me. Big E said that he was making tej one time, which is honey wine, and I think he was saying that he was I think it's actually Tezi that wants to know how to make tej, right? Is that you?
Oh no, it was Montesi. Montesi wants it.
Well, I call him Tezi, but
you call him
okay, just to shorten it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so. But Biggie on the show was saying one time he was making tej and he didn't close it because it has to ferment and it kind of exploded.
Oh,
so
wow.
That's what I meant to say. But what I make does not explode. I just make basic stuff. I mean, not basic, but kulait is the base of a lot of Ethiopian dishes. It's a very slow cooked. You have to chop the onion by hand. It has to be a specific kind of onion. You have to cook it slow. You have to stand there in front of it. Your whole house will smell. So I can only do it once a month, and then I'll freeze it. Otherwise, my house will smell like, But
is it very spicy, hot with
pepper?
It
is, yes.
No, but think about like you can turn it into non-spicy, like depending on. So the same collate, it could be used for shiro, and in shiro you put it in water, so you the volume of water.
I definitely agree. We should do one about food. I thought of doing that, but I thought that will take. Yeah, we'll have to do like a 10-hour, one of those 10-hour programs.
Exactly. So I would have to like pre-do it, edit it, and then share it because it's impossible. You're not gonna. What am I gonna talk to you for 5-6 hours while I'm making kulait? Unless we're talking about politics in between, because that will work. But
of course.
But no, but good idea. Yeah. But anyway, so but just so you do know, I do make 100% teff injera. So I do know how to make it. But when I said I was making injera for us is bread. So I was making bread. I don't know.
No, I got it. Eventually, I got it.
Anyway, but so good job, guys. And I'm just going to listen in the back because guess what I'm doing? I'm marinating some siga because it's a beautiful day today. And I'm going to go to the grill and grill some tips. Tips.
Micah, why do you have to make us hungry, man?
Jonathan, come on, man.
Well, I'm just saying that's what I'm doing. Actually, when I got off earlier, it's because I had to move my laptop over to the other side. So I had to unplug it by the kitchen as I was marinating. But anyway, keep talking and I'll jump in when I can. In the meantime, again, good job this week. And I cannot wait for many, many more weeks. And hopefully Biggie will come in later because I know he has a diaspora talk tomorrow. So
yeah. I mean, a show without Biggie is not a show, right? Right?
The voice.
You're waiting for the greetings from him,
By the way, Ezra, thank you as well. Not the Professor Ezra, the other Ezra, because I'm sure you were kind of for the first week for everybody. You had to be back there and doing your thing. So thank you for that as well.
Much appreciated,
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
And now you just made us hungry. Yeah.
I'm hungry. So I'm going to make coffee and then deceive myself.
I also got to go for my second coffee soon.
I was just about to do the same. I was like, I hope they keep talking. So
Well, it is Friday. I poured myself a glass of wine, just so you know, because it is Friday.
Nice. I'm still on Robusta Arabica, one of them.
That's a good life. Living the good life, Jonathan? Living the good life in South Carolina. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, I can hear he's putting the meat now on the griller.
Yeah.
No. I'm actually seriously. I'm just marinating it first. It was a beautiful day in SC South. Yeah, where I'm at. Beautiful day today, and it's still kind of spring, so it's not extremely hot. So yeah, I've been kind of looking forward to it. And who doesn't like the grill, man? Because you marinate, you grill it, you bring it back, you put awaze, and then you got a good meal.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, I'm sure now you're gonna make a Manatezi also to do his nyama choma there now. He'll start putting the fire and.
Where's Manatezi? He's quiet.
Yeah, I'm full, bro. I told you I'm digesting right now. I already had a
He's
heavy.
digesting the Ethiopian stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 7 p.m. here, so I don't know what time is it in Kenya. It's got to be 8 hours later, so it's got to be after. Like, is it midnight there already, or what is it?
Like
It's 2
morning, 2
a.m.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Oh, you guys are troopers.
Oh, this is nothing compared to what they've done so far already.
Yeah. And what time is it by you? The brain.
It's
you're
4 here.
It's 4. Wow.
4 o'clock in the afternoon. So 4:07 or something. Yeah.
Wow. I think you're the one here who's very behind in terms of. Are you in Tanzania? Because you're in the West, so.
Tanzania is where are you in Tanzania? I don't know where she is.
She's
Cali.
California.
Oh, yeah. We are the same neighborhood. Yeah?
Oh.
Northern California or Southern California?
South near LA. Oh, I'm just going to make my pot of coffee real quick, like really quick, and then I'll be back on.
Okay.
But yeah, it's still daytime over here, so it's early for me. So some of you are in the middle of your night. I feel for you, but actually, like I told Modates one time, I actually prefer being up at night than during the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, on future ones we can do one in the middle of the night, which will actually be morning over there. So that might work out.
Yeah.
But
Tanzania, you're a night owl.
It's gonna be hard.
Yes, I am.
Modates to wake up early.
No, I'm not an early bird. I'm a night owl.
I only wake up early because I have to. I never liked it. Never. It's never my favorite thing. I'm also a night person. So.
Exactly, but we'll try Tanzania. If you wanna go night, sometimes your time night. Yeah, we'll try in the morning while having our coffees or while we in our beds trying to just catch that 2-3 hour nap. But we'll try to join. But yeah, feel free whenever you feel you want to change your slots, or some days you want to do it in the morning. It's your show at the end of the day. So obviously maybe you're gonna even catch more people on your time zone, that will be joining in at that time. And yeah, but in Africa it'll be morning, and you'll even get maybe because some people here in Africa are sleeping at this moment. Some people are not night people. They're probably sleeping, but they can catch you in the morning.
Yes, that would be good. Then we can have like a translated Swahili show.
Exactly, and I'm sure you're gonna get the elderly. The elderly people, they wake up early. They wake up 4 or 5 in the morning. 7, they doing breakfast. They're already up.
I don't know why. I guess it's just a lifetime habit. You just get into it. Yeah, but yeah, that would be good. Because for the 11 o'clock one, it's still early in the day. So that was quite a thank you for acknowledging our punctuality, Jonathan.
Hey, listen, I take that very seriously. I am a very punctual person. I'm like, show up 10 minutes before you're supposed to. So I was really impressed. Thank you guys for that. Because, we all have jobs. We have stuff that we're doing. And so if I have something scheduled, I put it in my calendar and then I expect it to happen then. So that's why I said thank you guys for doing that. It showed the professional from the beginning, from the jump, right? By the way, Tanzan, I have to tell you, good job with handling African farmer on your show. That was. I'm like, okay. Tanzan can handle her. Well done.
Wait, what happened? I didn't hear that part. I was not there. What happened?
Yeah, Natanya, he's starting fire. You know that, man. Let me not talk.
Hey, listen, it's the weekly recap. I'm just recapping about my experience on SNN this week. I'm saying, Tanzan, you did a great job with African Farmer. I was going to ask Ezra, the professor, because one of the questions that you asked in between break of, I was literally teaching a class and I had a break. It's a long class. So I was listening in that time, and it's just, you were talking about, I would love to come and talk to you about like reimagining delivery of education, open access education and accreditation for global, systems. But that's a whole another story. So I was listening to everybody. Amanda Tezi, you changed the name of your show in the middle of your show. So I'm still trying to. Am I right or wrong? He did, right?
Artistic freedom.
Yeah.
So I listened to everything.
Yeah.
So I can't really say much until I know what the show really is going to be about. But I know I'm just being funny. But anyway, so yeah, Tanzan, oh my God, an amazing job. If you really want to know what happened, Ezra, Professor Ezra, you need to listen to that session. It was interesting.
I wanted some hints on what happened, what I missed. Yeah, but yeah, I'll definitely, because I was there part of like early stage and I had to go to work, and a lot of things happened. I was there at the beginning, and it didn't look like something interesting. Any more interesting will happen after I left, but it looks like.
Tanzan, would you like to fill in? Tanzan, would you like to fill him in, or maybe?
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. No. I'll check it out. I would rather check it out. I'm more curious now to actually go discover myself. I know African Farmer has a very interesting character, and he tend to have a different kind of take when it comes to ladies. So, I'm just guessing somewhere around that area.
No,
Yeah,
it
you just have to watch
that
it.
bad. Yeah, you just have to watch and see. It wasn't too bad. I thought it was just. I just got the big, like, I thought it was just going to be like a quiet, very intrusive show, but it turned out to have some interesting characters. So it was a good discussion. It wasn't hostile or anything like that. It was just an interesting. I think he came with a lot of energy, but he was okay, and I think we ended well. Yeah.
No, I mean, African Farmer is, he's a very interesting character, but
yes,
he's a nice,
very passionate.
He's very passionate and nice guy.
All right, just to give you a clue, Ezra, he came in, the first thing he said is, "Why are you deleting my messages?" I'm like, Tanzan doesn't know anything about this. I'm just telling you what happened. And he went off about, like, why are you deleting what I say? What is wrong? I'm like,
Oh, somebody was like an admin was answering the attacker. I see.
yeah, but it wasn't even that day, I don't think. But anyway, I'm a big fan of African Farmer because I like a variety of voices. I think it's important to have a debate and to have conversations. And I really do listen to him. And he has some interesting things. It's very localized, what he talks about, but it's still. And once he said, okay, and he asked, what are we talking about? He really did give us a really constructive idea and talk. So, right, yes, Tanzan? So, yeah, he just didn't know in the beginning, but the way she handled it was like a master. I was like, first show and she handled it that well? Okay, that was good. So that's what I said. She did a good job because African Farmer could be African Farmer, as you know. So
I think Tanzan is made for making shows like this. Like, I think they like Good Morning Africa will be the next show that will be interesting. Half Swahili and half Kiswahili and half English. Like mixed in. Yeah.
That would be interesting. Yeah, it is Swahili Nation after all.
Yes.
And we have and thank you everybody, you know, for supporting the channel. We couldn't be here without the people who are supporting in the comments and who are talking and all that. I was also, and this is directly at Sam, because I will call the name, but I also just used to be just in the comment section, like, okay, I'll just say this and then I'm done. But sometimes there's so much to say that you can't type it fast enough. And, you know, that's how I got here. So hopefully we can hear more voices in the future. And sorry?
No, sorry, finish. Sorry, I thought you finished.
Oh, and it was so good to have Maria Internet come on. You know, it's also good to hear the other sisters. So that was nice to hear her come on. So, and we wish her all the blessings, and we're with her every day. And she's with us every day too. Yes. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, like, extend on Sam thing. You mentioned the name Sam. Sam is, so, like, yeah, when I was doing my show for almost over an hour, nobody showed up. So there was a point where, like, 40 minutes into, I was feeling internally like, oh, I'm gonna run out of things to talk about. I'm gonna run like when is somebody gonna show up? And then when I clicked on the comments, Sam is commenting there.
Yes.
And then I was reading the comments, and then it was giving me new jolt of energy. Like, okay, these are things I can talk about.
Yes.
He's asking me questions. He's challenging my notions here. This is good. So let me go deeper into what I'm thinking of, because I'm only talking about the surface of what I'm thinking. I haven't gone deeper, right? So Sam, and I think it was Marie. Marie was there, who was also commenting. I think it was another person. I forgot the name, but like, it was such an incredible thing to have this dedicated, really dedicated, members who are like,
absolutely. And let me just say this. You held it down for 40 minutes. I was panicking after the first 5. I was like, where's Pastor Ezra? Where's Pastor Ezra? You know, I'm just talking. I'm like, I hope I am not just babbling and words, just random words are not just coming out of my mouth, you know.
I panicked for
SOS.
I panicked at some point. But I probably did a good job hiding it, but I panicked at some point. But when I went, the comment section was very useful, because you got like reasonable people, like they agree with you, but they are not like they
also give you something to think about. Also challenge your thinking, and you have to rethink some things. So we do appreciate, even I say I respect even the people I disagree with, and especially the people I disagree with, because it's easy to respect somebody you already agree with, that's nothing. But if somebody comes with an opposite point of view, your initial reaction is to be hostile against them and want to, attack them. But it's always it's the idea, it's not the person. Somebody will have a different idea, and then you have to look at yours and say, are there some things I need to change? Is there new information I need to learn? So it's wonderful.
It is,
definitely.
It should always be the persuasion of to change people's minds, even if you think they're completely in the wrong direction. I'm not saying that you can do that with every single human being that you meet, but at least in a sense, I hate to say it, but it is kind of political sense. We always say it is the art of persuasion, right? So persuading people to view things and to make them understand from a different perspective, sometimes that they don't see it because they're so stuck into maybe not what you're delivering or what your idea is. So listening to people that are completely on the other side and persuading them to kind of, at least to a certain extent, to agree with you, at least to have a coffee with you, to get along, that's how we get rid of the confusion of not only self-hate, but also self-destruction that we have in Africa because of ethnic divisions or whatever else. So you have to listen to the other side.
Definitely. I mean, it opens up your mind, and it, like with all these things, I think everyone is kind of learning how you always have to think on your feet. You as much as you plan to say, this is my conversation, this is what I'm gonna do, this is what I'm gonna so the more you talk, you find that whatever you've planned, it just looks like it was like 5 minutes, and you thought it was gonna take 3 hours or an hour, and you find that once you speak, it's out, and it's just goes so quickly. And now you have to think on your feet, be observant of your whole environment, what's happening, whether it's the comment section, whether it's a question, whether it's another thought, someone's idea. And as what Tanzan said, like, we're dealing with the idea, not the person. Like, you wonder, if somebody's thinking this way, how do I, what makes you always have to think on your feet as well. So, and I think with time, you feel more free to, you'll always have something, and it builds you up. I mean, that courage comes in now, where your survival instinct will come, your analytical mind will come into that space, and you'll always have something. Never overthink too much. You say, oh, I'm running out of words now. Oh, where are the guys? What am I gonna do now? Where,
Yeah.
Hey, we forgot Abin Ezra, by the way. I did manage to catch a little bit of his show. He did an amazing job as well. I'm going to jump off and go grill, but I'm going to listen to you guys in my ear. So if you're still around, maybe I'll jump in back later. Yeah, so Abin Ezra did also an amazing job. But I figured out sometimes a lot of us are not able to be on the live chat, on the chat, but we cannot come in. So making sure that you're engaging with people that are in the, chatting on the side and reading that and engaging with them that way is always how you can kill those moments that might be as silent for you guys. And I can't even imagine. It's got to be nerve-wracking. So I really admire you guys. I can't do it personally. That's why I said I'll pre-record my cooking sessions and send you a video, an edited version. I can't go live and run a show. So I really am quite impressed with all of you guys. Good job.
And Biggie just walked in as you're about to leave.
The voice.
Wait to time.
Greetings, Biggie.
Good time.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening again. Back to you. Thank you so much to see the show back again. I want to wish to all Listen rights for the festivity of the Good Friday. Today is our Good Friday. Easter coming on Sunday. So I wish you all to have a pleasant day, even though the crucifixion that happened and celebrating for our salvation. I just want to introduce that today as a conversation that we're celebrating today, and then Easter coming on Sunday. It's good to hear.
So many knees trembling, right, Biggie? So many knees trembling because of the sigdet.
The sigdet, yeah, your knee or back.
Knee will just be out. Your legs will be out. Like a lot of people will be exhausted by now.
Oh, absolutely. Today, I don't know if anybody knows about the tradition when it comes to sigdet, which is you bow like I don't know, depending for 2-3 hours continuously, pretty much.
Stand up and bow. Stand up and bow.
Pretty much.
Stand up, kneel, and bow, and kiss the ground.
Kiss the ground, come back up again. So the more sin you committed, and then you got to do a couple of hundred of those.
Yeah.
That's up to you. But again, you know what you've done and how much we're grateful. Actually, that's another thing. How grateful we are to Christ. What He's done for us, for One Africa itself. For the unity that He's putting together. This is being grateful. And on top of it, today is the day that He died for us, for our salvation. So it's a big celebration, and that's the least we can do: bow and glorify Him as the King of Kings, the only begotten Son is Christ. So That's a day today. So I'm pretty sure a lot of you know, even on uh, it's a big celebration actually. A lot of people participate. So that's where I start. Other than that, you know, I don't want to miss the party, so I just want to join in with everybody else. Tanzan, you know, Ezra, both Ezras. Mondatezi, you know, I didn't hear him though. Probably said a couple things and he just got quiet. Jonathan just left. So, so what's it? What's cooking? And that's the what's cooking. What's our future holding?
A lot, Biggie, a lot. And just to remind the viewers at home that today or tonight, Biggie, it's your show, that the Diaspora Talk with Biggie, 8 p.m. East African time. Biggie will be here about the Diaspora Talk, and please connect this evening. I know we're all talking different time zones. Some people are like confused this evening, but African evening, 8 p.m. East African time. Saturdays, every Saturday, 8 p.m. East African time. Please join Biggie for the Diaspora Talk. And if you've got stories as well, come join Biggie and just tell him where you've been and has it been green where you've been. Culture shocks, things you've learned since moving, and all that stuff. I think Biggie has a lot of stories, and come and share with him, and come and share with the rest of us, so that we can learn. Those who've not, who want to come one day in those places. So please join Biggie 8 p.m. every Saturday, the Diaspora Talk. But anyway, Biggie, a lot, I must say.
Yeah,
and thank you for this week. Everyone has held it down, and yeah, a lot has been happening. And Tenzan, by the way, I'm sorry, Big, I'm going to come back to you just now. Tenzan, I think this week you're the one who had the longest stream, like 6 hours. Like, wow.
I cannot believe how long it went. At one point, I handed the reins over to Mondatezi for a while. I thought, okay, people are going to be done after this. I come back, they're still going on about it. It was a long way. It was good, but it was so long. Oh man! So yeah.
And I think what people don't know, Tenzin, is that after the 6 hours, we had almost an hour, I think, with Mika as well.
Yes.
Talking and so a lot happened. Like
I have won the long. We had one too with the background one with Tunija and Big E. Remember that one?
Yeah, we took it off air. Actually, we were off air.
Yes, we were off air for hours and hours. We're still talking. And then you don't even, here's the thing, when you're talking, you don't even realize the time going. You only look at it and you're like, oh, wow, it's really been an hour. We need to get off. And then another hour goes by and yeah, so.
And actually, that was a great discussion that we had, because once we knew we were off air, we had a lot of things to discuss about.
Yes.
You know, some sensitive stuff, but at the same time, very important stuff for us. So I think that's some kind of other platform that we're trying, because I see a lot of YouTubers getting their own platforms to discuss even furthermore, even though it's something like the whole YouTube forum is getting scared from getting cut off, you know, because it's unfair, you know, it's unfair that somebody's going to decide the way he feels about any discussion and shut you down. It's just like that. It's so sad, you know. It should be an open forum, open discussion, and you can hit here and there, as long as you don't put any hatred, you don't put anything that's deceiving the listeners, you know, but commenting and putting opinion and be reasonable. But you know, certain discussion it can't, because it's meant to deter certain things. You know it, I know it, I don't repeat, but at the same time, we're also smart that we don't want to be in that category, because we don't have a lawyer that's going to be fighting for us. And hey, we need our channel open because this is what we said. But if we had that kind of bang, and we got a lawyer that is always online and monitor for us, then we can discuss and be serious about it on certain issues. But again, lawyer or not, when somebody decides and you're off air for a week, it's good enough to hurt you.
Yes.
Especially people that really depend on YouTube income.
And I think it's a great place to start, but it's not the place to stay. It's a place to meet like-minded people. Oh, and we forgot about the comment section altogether. But some said we should cover a topic about how we can get more people involved, which I do agree. And who are we targeting? I think that's an even more pertinent question. Who are we targeting? Because it's not just about, we need to get the numbers up. Numbers are good, but you want the kind of people who are on board with what you want to do and your missions and your goals and so on. You can have places where people just come and all they do is just argue, or you can have places where people come and learn and share and, and all this, even debate, even if we disagree, but we do so in a respectful manner. So we want the kind of people who love the people, who like being, who they are, and who love other people from the continent, from the world, from the diaspora. And those are the kinds of people that we're targeting. So, I think that's it for me for now.
Yeah, actually, it's a good one. Who are we targeting? Tell you honestly, I'll target all Africans. That's African issue. This is African issues, and I think any African, you see, you bring a leadership on certain calls. We all have a calling, This is how we all got together here. Nobody knew Ezra last year. Nobody knew Montatezi, Tanzan, Jonathan, Sam, Mary Antoinette, name it. We didn't know all these people yet. But yet, we all had a calling for this purpose of to unify and to bring one Africa. It's a calling. I think reach out as many people as you can, because that's how we create leaders. That's how we find our leaders. This is how we find people that's going to be really into something even greater that can push us to the next level. So, really, if the person of non-interest, when you talk about the targeting, the person of no interest, he won't last. He would like, oh, this is not me. But this is one Africa, and a lot of the issues that we talked about, and we are about to talk about, or in the future, uh, on how we're going to be handling one Africa. I think based on what he listens, based on what really hits in the heart, because this is a matter of heart. This is about us. It's about being African, with all the disrespects and colonizing and all that we passed through. And here we are. We're trying to do something good. We're trying to make this happen. So that fact itself will attract people, and people out there that are maybe shy, but, that don't talk, even though they can comment, they can be right on the background also supporting One Africa. I see what are we trying to achieve. The goal is to see One Africa hitting all the target we put in, year out, until we all decolonize and we have an heritage to protect and to bring peace to Africa. In short, that's what Sam is asking.
Yes, I agree. And, it's in the, we go back to the mission statement to bring back the heritage of Africa, to fight for the image. And I don't have it all, but I think that's like the part of the summary to bring back the heritage. And our heritage, this is why I did also the tradition to put it together. Our heritage is, from the past to the present and to the future. So it's good, you know, we look at the past and then education for the future. And then we're looking at diaspora, you know, looking at it's every place and everywhere. We have to see ourselves with a bigger lens and from a bigger perspective. So yeah, our heritage is remembering who we are, how we did things, there it is, to defend the image and bring back all the heritage of Africa, decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and create a bridge for oneness and a peaceful Africa. Absolutely. So yeah, our past is our heritage, our tradition is our heritage. Those of us who are here are because a lot of people in the past had these things that they had to create a community, they had to learn to live with each other, they had to get along to create, you know, these connections and to be one people. They had to learn to live, to cook, to try different foods and make them. They had to raise children. So they did all that so we can be here and we can learn lessons from them, and we can take the lessons we have now because we're in a better position. They knew what they knew and we know that and more. So there's no reason why we can't do what we want to do, what we can achieve, and which is the oneness of Africa. So
I concur with that, you know, and that's what we talked about all the time. What we talk about is the oneness and peaceful Africa. And at the end of the day, already by now, our mind is already borderless. You know, we want more of the on the Western Central Africans to join. And northern, in fact, you know, you're talking about, you got Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, all these north. I keep extending my invite, you know, even if they need a translator, because most of them on the western side, they speak French. And those that speak French, you're very welcome to come in. Mali is another thing that we still want to hear. From Guinea, we want to hear. Senegal, we want to hear. Ghana, we want to hear. You know, these are the extended invitation to all Africans. And we should really, if you know anybody, we need to basically extend ourselves. If you know somebody from any part of Africa, send your invite, you know, send them the information. At least they can come in and they don't have to worry about the language barrier. And
speaking of the language, is there, I think one of the ways we can also do to reach more of the, because language is a barrier, unfortunately, that we're put into these boxes, not just in nations, but also in language borders. So we could, so I think is there a way that we can maybe put some program, maybe 1 or 2 programs in a different language, maybe transcribe it or subtitle it, or I don't know how.
No, actually, like, you know, like just to add a little bit of point to what you just raised, Tanzan, and anything to the broader issues that you raised. I think, like, you know, the big picture here, like, I think from my vantage point, that whatever language people speak, but the content of the content of their conversations will almost always come to the very same thing that we are articulating here in English. You talk to somebody in the French person, the African issues, those African issues that from tradition to the education of their children, to the, you know, to the building of, you know, to overcoming tribalism and to bringing about prosperity, transformation, fundamental, like, shared vision is the same language. So having said that, it's easy, you know, we don't have to transcribe the English into French. We just have to have somebody who's a French flair, or somebody with a Swahili flair, somebody with a Zulu flair, somebody who's always, like, because I can guarantee you, like, you know, a Yoruba person somewhere in Nigeria will be there who cares deeply about African issues, and let them have a platform. So we grow in the platform. Eventually, it's just about attracting those people and making them feel comfortable enough to say, you know what, go ahead, you use your language, communicate to your people, but the message is the same. the message is something that is a shared vision. Is a shared vision of one Africa. Is a shared vision of an Africa whose heritage has been rehabilitated, revitalized, and then we own it now. We channel in those things now. So that is the message. So it's about, so the message is much more compelling than the means of delivering the message. So once we are synchronized in alignment with that message, I think the communicating part will fall into places, I think, easily.
I understand. That makes sense. For me, it's also the other way around. I would also like to understand, what they're talking about. I'm sure it's nearly in the same lines as we are, but I also would like to understand what is happening in the French world. And some of there are a couple of them that have the subtitles or a translation or something like that. So that helps a little bit. So that was what I was saying. Sometimes one of the ways to understand each other is to have that translation, because even when I look at a lot of Mika's travels and all the places he's been, somebody who doesn't speak English might see it, maybe understand the title, but they might not be able to have the full experience if we had, let's say, it's translated into French. So now the French can also have the experience of traveling.
I think we should recruit people who are passionate in language, who care about language, who are great at languages, because it's a matter of resource. Like, it's a matter of, like, you have limited number of people, and then like you're trying to choose what to focus on.
Yes, absolutely.
And then right now we are focusing on messaging, right? But like I said, like, equally important of understanding each other, right? So you have a message, but is it understood? Is it received? So I think, like, we have to go out and get those people who are actually great at communicating. I mean, like, Biggie speaks French. He could have a French show. So
oh wow, yeah. He could have like someone from Mali. French,
but I know it's a lot of work. But he already has a diaspora show. But or he could recruit somebody.
Yeah, and in fact, even if you do the French show and at the same time the participation, first thing first is just hitting more. I see where Sam is going. Where Sam really, I would really appreciate what he's putting out there.
Yes, we do.
And really, what it's like putting some fire. And most of the fire in Africa is politics. I understand, and I think sometimes we can shoot, say, let's talk about Morocco, even though I might not have all the information, but we can have a little bit of information of the political situation and stuff like that, and we all get ready about it because it's a collaboration of all of us. And the one Moroccan is gonna see that, he's gonna see Morocco, what's going on in Morocco. We can go. Let's talk about Guinea. Let's talk about Senegal. So we can shoot information like that on the highlight. We're talking about. You can have a short session per se, like Tanzan covered diaspora, and on the diaspora, I'm gonna say, okay, let's talk about. Also, we put diaspora, and then you said talk about Morocco or something like that. Um, you attach one of the nations that we can bring in awareness. When they see that, and I hope just the fact that we got that name in there, we'll have at least one that's gonna look at it. And I'm pretty sure a lot of them are watching. Some of them speak French and English, so it doesn't mean they don't speak English. But we can try a strategical of putting the words out there so we can have a wholesome participation of all African nations. You know what I mean? And that's how I'm going to bring them in.
But I think, like, when it comes to viewership, the viewership part of it, there's so many ways you can approach it. I think, but the mechanics of approaching it is that you're gonna have to have a hook, and the hook is usually emotional. You're gonna have to have not an intellectual hook, but an emotional hook, like something that people connect to at an emotional level. and different people have different emotional connections for different things. But like, that kind of emotional connection has to be like something that we have to think about, like at this stage of the platform. The kind of people that you want. So like the product life cycle, like in business life, when in business world, we, or in economic sense, we say a product life cycle, like early stage, uh like what you call, where we get early adopters, or we call them innovators. So you're looking for the innovators at the early stage. You're looking for innovators that are like, are willing and able to try out something that has not even been tried, tested yet. So a lot of the innovators are already in the platform at for Swahili Nation. So like somebody like some any one of you here will be categorized as innovators. Like, it's not a done deal product, but you have a sense that you have a sense of like, oh, where the vision is gonna go. You have that kind of sensibility of understanding. But when you want early adopters to come in, you're going to have to communicate some value, like emotional value. Like people can say like, by we are offering you a sense of, like, a sense of direction, a sense of space, a sense of belonging, a place where you can have a, like, life is not rewarding you because you're an African living in a world that doesn't see any value in Africans. But you have a place that you be valued, you be, so some kind of like emotional hook for that early adopters. And then so like that kind of hook, no, not in a deceptive way, the way advertisers do it, like Sam is pointing out, but in a very real and tangible way, that like what you are getting from Swahili Nation it's a wealth of knowledge, it's a wealth of kind of a wealth of wisdom and insight that you could use to raise your children. Like if you are somebody who's on the periphery of, should I keep my tradition? Should I get my kids adapt to the Western world? You will come to the Swahili Nation. You will hear that you can be modern and be traditional. That kind of narrative is what they're getting. If you're looking at how do I how do I relate with my diaspora relatives, my uncle and nieces who have lived 20, 30 years somewhere else, but all we have a relationship is the financing, but we want to kind of build a stronger bond and stronger relationship, or rekindle the relationship. Like, how do I understand what the context through which diasporas live? And I think that, and then you come to Swahili Nation, you get some lessons, some education. So like, if I'm like struggling to succeed and struggling to make it in the world of trade and business, or a global stage, you come to Mondetezi show, you learn that there are a lot of complexities in the way the world runs, and there are a lot of invisible hands. You know how to, where the open spaces are, where the closed spaces are, where you don't go invest on industries. You can just focus on things that are not gonna be causing you a lot of hiccups from those invisible hands. So I'm just saying, you understand, I'm not being too specific. I'm just giving just examples of what hooks could be, but we might have to think about how to provide the hooks that gets people to feel like there is some kind of intrinsic benefit that are embedded in having presence here, something like that.
Absolutely. One thing that I want to also might help is that in our, when you see on the YouTube where it describes validation, our mission is there. And if we have a little bit of information, what we're going to be talking about, uh, like for example, tomorrow is diaspora on my show. I'd like to see on this Smiley Nation on the line, right below the mission to enter. We're going to be discussing about about all diaspora. Just a little explanation where people can really look at it. Sometimes they just read that part. What is this all about? And we got our mission statement, but at the same time, this is an ongoing working One Africa line, and that we're collecting all the information that comes in the discussions to collaborate and to make a move to this great Africa movement.
I think one thing we're forgetting. Just to add, I'm not taking away from what's already said. It just hit me in my head right now. One thing we forget is the elephant in the room, the big elephant in the room, which is the one we haven't said it, but it is there. Is Mika. We need Mika to be, because Mika is such an attraction. Is such, like, he is that emotion. So a lot of people come to the platform because of their kind of, like, the sense of relationship they felt, and the sense of connection they felt with Mika's vision, Mika's effort, because so at least at some stage he is going to has to step in and be in in many of these shows, and really, like, pushing that kind of, like, so that kind of, like, hands-on approach to leadership might be required at some point, because his presence will do a lot more to bring in, like, the kind of viewership that you want, and then people get used to new personalities, new faces, and they will begin to see, oh, Pastor Ezra is an extension of, like, in some form or shape, is an extension of what I used to hear and sense from Mika. It's not different. It's just another dimension, and now has even more substance and much more depth to it. So they will say, so until we get to that stage, we might need Mika to do a little bit more. I know it might not be possible for him to do it now because he's quite busy with a lot of things, but something that to consider. Guys, I have to bounce. I have to go make some bread, and I'm already late by 20 something minutes because it's such an interesting conversation we're having today.
Yes, it is.
And I'll try to come tomorrow after. I'll have something to do in the morning here, but I'll try to come and join the Diaspora Talk at some point tomorrow, and I'll try to join every day now, at least some part and some portion of it when I have any opening in time, at least for an hour or so. So, and I appreciate you guys for the kind of support you provide to others and to me. So, and it's an honor and a privilege to be part of such an extraordinary group of people who are just out there changing the world for better. So, thank you.
You're welcome, Ezra. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Thank you.
Wow. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, family. Don't forget to also join Ezra's show on Wednesday, the education on the 21st century, hosted by the Brain, Ezra. Join him 8 p.m. East African time every Wednesday. And but the Tez has been quiet on us. I don't know if he's already working, taking his morning walk.
So quiet.
Yeah, I'm here, just chilling, listening to people. Yeah. I'm full. I can't talk a lot, but I'm just yeah, just relaxed.
We are also full now, so so it's our turn to be quiet.
Yeah, finally I hear Mundatezi, But again, Mundatezi, Sam, everybody on this panel, you know how much we want Sam to join. Sam, we got a lot to say, and with 200 words limit, I think sometimes you're just going to lose some of your thoughts. So please join. You said actually yesterday.
I'll give it to him. He can type fast. I don't know how he's doing it, but his fingers are flying.
I'm just giving him 14,000 words per minute. But nothing, Sam. If you ever think that we're looking at you into a negative input, you're wrong. We'll never do, and we will not. And actually, all these suggestions, really, we want you to hear your voice on the panel, because you're putting a lot of information out there, and if you can tell us, certain thing that you're putting on the word here in your voice, we truly invite you to come and join us, because you're really putting a lot of words out there.
Exactly. But he said something today, Biggie, earlier on. He said he's busy as well with an app, I think, to translate different languages. And he says he'll probably be done in a week's time or so, and he might join us. So we're looking forward to that. He even responded even now. He's saying he'll definitely join very soon. But we're looking forward to the app. Biggie is also somebody, I think, who's in software development and stuff. So it says, no, the app is like speaking to a human being. Wow. So it's probably somebody who develops apps. So I think he's one person who's also, you need to connect with him, Biggie, and even Reach, because I know you guys are very passionate about apps and
then Sam a lady.
Hey, Sam. I wonder.
Sam is a lady. I don't know why guys in Swahili Nation we misgender people in the comments.
No, I think the pictures sometimes are giving us wrong info.
I know, they did that to me too. Like he, and I had to say, I'm a she.
Sorry,
but that's a bit confusing with the name. I'll give us that, because Sam is usually like a man's name. So if it's a she, yeah. Sorry, but it was a bit confusing.
Yeah. Yes. So, hey.
And the avatar too. I don't know why, Madatezi. Why do you know for sure it's a she, or are you also misgendering?
No. Sam is a lady. Okay. Even Nana Dreams guy is a lady. I know the ladies and the men here.
Well, no, you're so wrong. You're so wrong. In your face, Mondatezi.
No way, no. She nah, man. She has come. I don't know. I think she's joking. No way. Oh, I think I'm confusing her.
You can't even speak after this one. Yeah, you see, it was just good you were quiet for a while.
It's because I'm full.
But Natezi, so your stomach answered. It was not your brain. It was your stomach that.
My brain is busy digesting food.
Jonathan just he got his, my rib done. You see that?
Wow. Now Sam definitely has to come on just to prove that yes, he's a man.
Okay. But I'm telling you though, I might be right. I don't know. I don't know.
We'll find out next week.
But that is, you wanna bet? How much?
I don't know. I think I can, because I remember somebody here coming on and saying that Sam, it's a confusing name, but it's actually short form of some other name, Samantha.
Osama? Oh, yeah. For a second there, I thought you said it was short for Osama. Like
no, Samantha. I thought that I don't know. There was a Sam that came here and said that Her name was a short form for Samantha.
But on the Tezi, you know who you're talking about? The one who's a lady. Even His Excellency Mika used to say he. It's Senuti.
Sanity.
Yeah, I know Senuti. I know Senuti. Okay. You know. I think I'm confusing, or maybe I know. I don't know. We shall know the truth. We shall know the truth.
That one. I don't know.
Simon said, "Let's get the bets on."
Yeah. How much are you betting on?
No.
I think the whole commentators should bet on that. Let's see.
Whoever loses has to sing.
There you go.
If you think speaking online is hard, imagine singing on the air. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
you see, Sam remember Sanuti. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember Sanuti too.
Yeah,
she was very.
Yeah, she was
active.
on for quite. She was very active for quite some time in the comment section. Yeah, I remember Sanuti. Yeah,
she's even joined us on the streams.
Yeah,
she comes.
Oh, she has.
Every now and then.
I missed that one. But yeah.
So I remember she even said, "You must tell Mika that I'm a lady. I'm not a guy."
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes.
So.
Yeah,
so yeah,
that was
the name station.
Sanuti was one of the person that victimized Mika. It's like he thought he was a dude. Like oops. Oh, funny.
Yeah.
Hey, this part for our life.
Biggie, who are you saying? Is it a lady or is it a guy? Where do you put your money?
That's a dude.
A dude.
That's a dude.
Okay. I'm saying it's a dude as well. I don't know, Tencent. What's your bet?
It's a guy. It's a man.
It's a bet.
Yeah, and he said it before.
No, I have no clue.
But I always knew it was a man. The name.
Are we talking about Sam?
Yeah.
No, I have a feeling Sam is a woman.
Oh
What?
No, that's a new one.
I'm telling you, there was a Sam that
no, that's how you do a fishing, like make him come out because he's like, he's gonna have to prove now that he's not. So.
Oh wow! Okay,
what's up, Sam?
That's a back on. That's a tripled now.
Actually, I started typing it and I said it's a dog, it's a cat, it's a lizard. We don't know.
We don't know. We don't know. Could be a spy. Could be it could be anybody.
No, Sam is so engaged that's impossible. You can ask Sam and he can text in there.
That's
I've been saying, Sam, why can't you come on? Why can't you come on? And Tanzan, you said it earlier, right? You said, okay, sometimes you just cannot say enough on your little thing. So that's how you ended up on here talking on the thing. So Sam, hello. And do you remember, didn't you guys have like some dude for the Red Sea or something that you used to always ask to come on, never came, disappeared?
Yeah, that's what I asked
Maybe
on the comment today.
I think Sam is Red Sea.
Ah.
Are they ever on at the same time?
And the theory and the saga continues.
Now there's two bets. There's two bets. Is Sam Red Sea? Sam, you better put the number, whatever the bet that you're gonna put. Just put it on the comment. This is crazy today. It's a Sam Red Sea. Now we got.
There goes another bet.
Another bet.
Well, I call the losing bet. What is the winning hand?
That's right. Well, the losing bet would be Sam being Red Sea.
No, I win then, right? So, because I called that one out.
We'll find out when he actually comes on next week. So that's a big cliffhanger until next week. All of you, stay tuned.
I think it's gonna be a show by itself.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I completely missed this, Tanzan. Is that what you're doing? You have like a what is it called? A reveal
Yes,
show?
yes.
Oh, I missed that. Yeah. Oh, wow. Well, that's like, that's a big deal. In America, they
Yeah.
call that like, oh, she bagged like the biggest deal ever.
Yes.
'Cause
We have
for a
red,
show, prime
pink,
time.
we have red,
Prime
red,
time.
red, red. Now it's time to hear.
Now, Jonathan, you're losing. When we said losing bet, Sam said he saw Red Sea debating with. Hold on, I just missed that.
Oh, he's going in at us now. He's just all the way just going in. Okay, well, we'll have him on next week. We'll go in on him.
Yeah.
I think he's throwing off the word bombs right now.
Let's see this one.
He's making occasions.
No. Actually, on the Swahili Nation, you put Jonathan being saying woman. No, he said that Sam is Red Sea. And Sam replied, I just missed it.
Yeah.
Oh man, Big E is the only one who gets his prop. Big E is the only man. We all lose. We all lose over here. So
no, wait a minute. So Biggie, I missed this whole thing. So what did you say?
Are you looking at the comments right now? Are you looking at what he's writing right now?
Yeah, it says Pastor Ezra man, Tanzan man, Big E man, women. But I'm confused here.
No, Sam said he.
No, these are the bets. Remember?
This is the bet, and I said, dude. Okay, mine is dude.
Oh my God.
So Sam is making enemies here.
Sam is Dr. Abiy Ahmed.
Yes, he's making
At
enemies.
No, he is Abiy Ahmed. Because I mean,
oh my God.
Oh, man,
if you really follow, if you really listen to Sam, he is.
No. Sam wrote that he's seen Red Sea one time in some chat harassing TPLF lovers. So that tells me Sam is not Red Sea. Oh my God. You missed that line. He just put it in there.
No, he said, I want everything. Thank you. So Jonathan wants everything. I got it right.
Yeah. Because you already do animals and everything. All your bets, you bet on everything. So hence you're gonna win,
Well, what Sam said, Jonathan wins everything.
Yeah.
Just saying.
This is gonna be a big reveal, next week.
Yeah. A big reveal.
So hey, Jonathan says, remember you just said that it's President Abiy, so imagine if it's him. Everyone is going to be shocked. I mean, like, what?
Well, at least we got a good leader that's listening.
Oh, really? Oh, you're funny. Okay. That's a good one.
You get this guy, but you're taking some of our approach and you carving it out to the right direction. Hey, we're on it because Sam is giving us some positive feedback. So I don't see anything wrong with it. So let it be.
Exactly.
We'll find out. So make sure that you don't have Secret Services arriving at your door. Say what? He's on what? But anyway,
it
was a great laugh. It really was awesome. Awesome.
Yes, it was.
On fire.
It was.
So again, you didn't answer my question, Tanzan. So have you talked to Sam before, or you're just like there? He's just gonna come on your show, or she's gonna come on your show?
He said he's gonna come on the show next week.
Oh, he's going to come on the show. We'll see. He has written a lot. He hasn't said anything, so we can't really say. But he writes that he will come on the show and say something. So we will see. Right? Say see. Yep, there he goes again. Next week, we are patient. We are eagerly awaiting. We are on the edge of our seats, just waiting to hear the great voice of Sam.
Absolutely.
S-A-M.
Well, actually, considering this is like a recap of the week, if anyone should have been on this show talking, should be Sam, because I know that Sam listens and he understands. He probably has a lot of ideas. I see that Ezra is not on here right now, but the two of them are going back and forth for like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, and I think if anything, he should have showed up today to be like, "Yo," but Sam, it's okay. Maybe you don't have a microphone on your phone, or you don't have a microphone on your computer. Whatever your excuse is, you better show up for Tanzan's show, because I'm going to show up for that just to hear your voice. So I'm talking to you, Sam.
It's on.
On.
Oh, hi, I can fire. Peace.
Yeah, please. I Can Fire is online.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, we didn't hear you in a long time, too. That's one of the missing in action.
Yeah,
He's one of the family that's missing.
I'm
glad he came in. At least glad he dropped by. Really. Oh, he said, "What's up, Pastor?" He's asking.
I Can Fire, join us. That's our brother there in Jamaica. In Jamaica.
But you didn't answer the greeting. He said, "What's up?"
Pastor.
Yes.
Pastor. Is that how you greet pastors nowadays? What's up, Pastor?
Hold on. Yeah, there was.
What do you say? What do you say to "What's up"? Because for a long time, I really didn't know. I would hear people saying "What's up," and what do you say?
When somebody says "What's up," like, "Hey, what's up?" Sometimes you respond the same way. They like, "What's up?" Say, "Hey, what's up, man?"
See this guy.
Hey, but you're answering a question with a question. But okay.
Yeah, it's those greetings where you can. Or you can just say, I'm okay, how are you,
Yes, I'm okay, how are you?
Yeah, but I don't know how quickly you all forget, but it used to be, "What's up?"
Oh, remind
us. Really, Biggie? You went there?
I was there.
Oh,
wow.
No, you went there.
Really
That's
did.
hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
You really did.
We're not in high school anymore, Biggie. We're like mature adults here.
That's what I'm saying. That's where "What's up" is. It's like the commercial. "Where's the beef?" Those are the days,
Oh my God, nobody remembers that. Do you remember like "Time to Make the Donuts"? I know you would probably get that.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, people are not gonna get that. Yeah, we're a bunch of old people over here. Don't mind us.
At least you got brushed by it. At least everybody on this panel heard. I'm pretty sure they heard those words.
Yes, the long one.
The in thing. Yeah, it was the in thing. Everybody, old, young, they all use that. What's up? And you got.
So listen, you guys. Guess what I'm doing right now? I have. I went to the grill. Put the marinated. Now it's in the oven because you crisp it out on the grill. You cook it in the oven. And when it comes out is when you put awaze. But guess what I'm having? I think you'll be very proud, Ezra. I'm having Pinotage, South African. I don't buy any wine unless it's African. Just so you know. So I'm having a glass of Pinotage as I'm waiting for my meat to nicely get soft and all mushy. Yeah, I'm so hungry. But it takes forever.
Now you're gonna extend this conversation by 2 hours.
By the time I eat, it will be like another hour or something.
Or he may just get quiet like Mondatezi.
Mondatezi is probably.
Mondatezi is taking his what he calls whatever his nap is. What does he call it? His
no walk.
Strategic nap or whatever. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Usually he takes a walk. He got quiet.
He said he got full, so he gets quiet.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah, I've been talking, but I don't know why you say I'm quiet. I've been talking. Maybe everybody's talking, you can't hear me, but I've been here.
I Can Fire is there.
Oh, I Can Fire is here.
Yeah, we're trying to get him to come in.
think it's.
So I'm sorry, who's Icon Fire?
He says his
Jamaican
data is
brother.
too slow. He
Oh,
says
nice.
his data.
Okay.
Oh,
is too
Jamaican
slow.
brother. He's from yeah.
Yeah, they still have the dial-up over there.
Yeah,
Ouch, that's mean. That is really messed up.
No, they don't. No, they don't. I take it back completely.
yeah.
Oh wow.
Come on, they're
Well,
coming
you know,
after me.
I mean, some of the connection, that you get, it sound like a dial-up, really, an expression just to cover Tanzan on what you want to say. Yeah,
I didn't say that. Delete.
Pause. We've paused that one. We've censored that one.
Yeah,
We've just censored that one.
I don't think there's a DSL system anymore. The DSL is out. They cannot even afford it to support her because he needed to make sure that.
No, actually, he says
hotline...
he's in America, so wrong shots. Okay.
Yeah, he's in America. You see, still he might have hitting some slow internet.
Yes, it happens. Okay. Shots misfired.
That's cool. Shots misfired.
Misfired. It was a friendly shot.
A friendly fire. Yeah, just like brushed the hair,
Yes.
And Tenzin, you start seeing fire. He's Icon Fire. He's gonna come.
Wow!
Comes,
perfect. That's perfect.
I could have sworn that's why she said shot fired.
Yeah.
Shot fired.
Yeah, I said misfired.
Misfired. I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say. Misfired. You did shoot the fire and then it misfired. And sometimes they just call it friendly fire, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so I think we've had a good week. It's been first times for everybody, but I think if it's not patting ourselves too much on the back, I think we did well collectively. So thank you to Swahili Nation for giving us this chance, because sometimes you don't know what you can do until somebody gives you what to do, I wasn't thinking I would be here, at this time, at any time, so thank you for that, for, seeing the potential, I guess, in us, and for giving us the opportunity. So there are things that we can do for each other on a personal level, and there are things that we can do for people on a bigger one. So, yeah. I will yield.
Tanzania, we are right on the spot.
Since you just mentioned that, I was saying, since you just mentioned this, I just remembered now, also for the guys to connect for the Swahili Nation News with Wangal. Wangal has been also doing a great job. A big shout out to Wangal for doing the Swahili Nation News. So thank you very much, Wangelo. I think we'll have to speak to her nicely.
It's Wangel.
Yeah.
Wangel.
How do you pronounce it?
Wangel. Wangel.
Wangel. Wow.
It's actually, even he's not saying it right. It's Wangal.
No. Wangel.
Wangal.
Wangel.
We need to have her on here so she can say her name so we know how to pronounce it properly.
Yeah, exactly. She has been here with Mika. They did a show together, and I think she's doing one with Tunacheki right now. I actually caught them for the earlier show they did. So she has been here. They had a conversation with Mika a while back. Yeah.
Yeah, she came in on the show. But her name is Wangel. It's like Mikael, the L is Mikael. It's Wangel.
Wangel.
Yeah.
L means God, just so you know. So whatever L is always at the last part of your name means God. Not A. It's a gift of God.
Like El Shaddai.
Anything with EL means God, yeah.
Okay.
Just putting it out there.
Oh, interesting. Wenga. I'll try to say it more often so I can say it right. Oh, I can't say Tanzan is a momo. What is a momo? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I thought mumu was a dress, an African dress. Mumu was a dress. I'm sorry.
I know the mumu, M-U-M-U, but I don't know what a momo is.
Oh, God.
Oh, maybe a mau mau.
Oh, mau mau. Oh, okay, okay. Yes. Okay. That's a good thing. For a second there, I thought it was like a bad thing or something. I
would
like,
say
no,
that.
I didn't mean to offend you. That was just a jibe. So I thought she was like calling me something. We're on the same team because he's also a mama warrior. Okay, that's cool. Sam is, I didn't know that. Oh, thank you, Sam. He said, absolutely, you all did really well. Bravo. This is just the beginning to something really huge. So thank you, Sam. Thank you. I can fire. And Sounds Bantu says, oh, I forgot the pronunciation. Wengel is how I found SNN. Wengel.
Yeah.
Wengel is how I found SNN.
It means gospel, by the way.
Oh, and gospel.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah, Wengel is gospel.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, that's the meaning, gospel.
Okay, interesting.
I'm just gonna add something here. I'm just gonna add just to remind the guys about the Swahili Nation news. Let's just play just a little bit. I'm just gonna play this snippet.
Oh, Ezra's always working. Okay, Ezra.
Yes.
Hello, there, Swahili Nation fam. We are back with another recap. I'm Ongel Zalalam. Let's get into it. The first story comes from Uganda. It's almost unbelievable. A man single-handedly killed a lion in a brutal battle. A courageous man has reportedly emerged victorious after a fierce battle with a lion in Iganga district in Uganda. It was gathered that he single-handedly killed the animal which showed up outside his house. The brave man sustained serious injuries during the fight and is said to have been taken to the hospital after he killed the lion. Like what? How is it even possible? And if you looked at the picture, the man doesn't look like he works out a lot. So good for him. But let's just imagine going outside of our house and meeting a lion face to face. Secondly, imagine having to fight for your life with an actual lion. And it's not like you're prepared because you don't expect to see a lion. You don't come out with a gun, if you have one, that is. So this man showed courage and he obviously got out of the situation alive. We hope to hear more from the situation and we want to know how he did it because it sounds incredibly crazy. How is it possible for a man to fight with a lion barehanded and win? That's insane to me, but anything is possible with our African men, I guess. British Airways flight gets banned by the government.
There you have it. That story was like wild, man. You just get out of your house, you got a lion sitting, you decide to kill him. That's it. Bare hand.
Guys, do you believe that story? Like in Uganda about this because but anyway, before we go there, shout out to one girl. I'm trying, guys. Please, she'll forgive me for this, but thank you. She's our news anchor for the Swahili Nation News. Please join her, subscribe to her channel, and also watch the SNN News every Saturday. So please do not forget to watch the news as well. Thank you, Wonka. But going back to that story, because I just wanted to hear your point regarding this story. The lion story in Uganda.
I don't know. You know, in the United States, like you go outside of your house, you might like run into a roach. We don't run into like a lion. Like that's just insane to me. But the idea that he actually did that, and I think it's actually a true story. Is it luck? Or, I mean, because when you look at him, it's not like some muscular guy that could actually beat a lion. But they never showed the lion. Was he like some sick lion that was already half dead? I don't know.
No, he showed the lion. They showed the lion. She shows the lion.
The one that was dead?
Laying. Yeah, that was dead. He was laying down, you know.
Is that really the lion? First of all, I have to say to
strangled him to death.
Okay, but I have to say, first of all, she's doing an amazing job because I've watched every single.
You see that? That's the lion right there.
Is that really the line? Okay. And then again, you look at the guy, and I'm like, oh my god, unbelievable. I mean, was it luck or like unbelievable? You know. But anyway, going back to what you said, I do have to say that she's doing an amazing job. Watching those news clips, I watched them from beginning to end. She's picking up on very important issues of the week, and how she delivers it as well. It's well produced. I don't know who's editing it, so thank you. I'm actually bowing down and up right now between all the shows that you guys are doing individually and that. I mean, I can completely see what's happening. That's why I support. So yeah, good job, Wangad.
Yeah, Wangel did a good job, and I've been following some of her new stories as they come in. And this one actually, I don't know how I missed it, but it must be the latest one. I didn't see this
last week.
before.
It was last week, actually. You've been sleeping, Biggie. That's last week. Yeah.
A lot happening. A lot happening.
B was driving, by the way. Jonathan, remember? You were
He was driving through my city when I was speaking to him last weekend. Yeah.
And I did it live while I was driving too. You know.
I was thank you for doing that.
It was wild. It's another thing. One of the things that I like to do also on my show, I'm gonna do some just drive into a museum and places that I see around my area, and have the talk show on the field, so you can see the area that I'm sitting in. I have a beautiful area. One, I'm in the close to Washington D.C. The other thing that gives you also the Potomac scene, a different area in here. But I would love to make a show from the African American Museum that has a lot of history, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't have the chance to see it. But it's a 70 feet below ground, and you start going from the first floor going up, and the history, what Africans made this country what is great today. Their labor, their work, their artifacts, it's all displayed, including 500 or 600 Ethiopians that joined the Northern Army and fight against slavery. And unfortunately, it says that most of them died out of chickenpox. It's just I didn't know.
There's a picture of that when they first came off the boat. The Ethiopians. You're talking about the Museum of African American History in D.C. I'm assuming.
In D.C. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful.
It's right by the monument. Usually, to get a space in there, it's very hard. But one of the presidents that really fought for it was George Bush, Jr., not the senior, but Jr. He fought for that land. He said, "This is where it's supposed to be built." So there was a lot of debate not having that museum on that same ground with the monument. But it's a beautiful museum, and those of you that have the opportunity to come to Washington D.C., it's a must to see. A must. I mean, it's just incredible museum. In fact, you cannot finish it in 8-hour session. Maybe 8 you can push it, but I did 6 hours from the first floor to the 7th underground, and the rest is just walking around. It took me 6 hours. 6 hours in the museum, and it's not done yet. The longest museum that I have seen is Louvre in Paris, and that one, if you spend 5 minutes per portrait, 40 hours a week, it'll take you about 3 months, something like that, to see it all.
But I have to tell you, like, to me, you can't talk about African American history without talking about African history, right? Because, sorry, now we're going to get a little bit political here, because don't compare it to the Louvre, where it's just artists painting paintings. What Africans in general, the only reason Europe even sustains itself and it is what it is today is because of free labor of enslaved people, the Spanish in the south, the islands, and of course the Portuguese in Brazil. I mean, I think somebody mentioned this earlier. Portugal was one of the most horrible, worst enslavers of all. And most of Africans from the west coast of Africa did not end up in Americas. They ended up in Brazil. And considering what Brazil is today, mind you, they're not even that modern, but at least they call them, the part of the Brexit. I mean, Brexit, one of the most, considered similar to like Russia and China, whatever. I want reparations. I mean, honestly speaking, it's ridiculous. Even where I work, the whole entire campus is built by free slaves, free labor. I don't even think the museum does enough. Good question right now. Do you believe in reparations, and how does that look like? Right. So,
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
When you look at on what African went through, the slavery, absolutely. I mean, it's just it's not a small amount. It's just there's no really a price that you can put into it, and every time that you come up with the reparation, is like they want to put it under the rug, because it's always been the question. It's always been questioned. Like for the Japanese, when they held them prisoners, they did the reparation, and when it comes to the Africans that have been enslaved and tortured and forced labored and all that, there's nothing that's been done. Actually, at one point they gave him what 40 acres and a mule. What are you gonna do with 40 acres and a mule and you don't have the seeds? So,
by the way, they took it all back in
they
like
took it all back.
5 years.
Yeah. And so it's just some ridiculous. Oh, we did that. They use that also. It's like no, that's not. It's like this real estate, a bad real estate deal. You know what I mean? It's just not. It's gonna work toward them, so they knew what he's gonna do. 40 acres. He's not gonna eat grass, and the mule. I mean,
right now in the United States, the biggest when we think about credit, right? Like where do people owe the most money? Where is the debt at? The biggest one is student loans. And guess who holds the biggest student loans? It's African American, and specifically African American women. The ones that bore the child. That I think, for example, like in the United States of America, no African American should ever have to pay for college, period. And then to even know that the fact that they're the ones coming out with the biggest debt, to me, is just, it's like putting salt on the most open wound ever. It's crazy to me. It really is.
That sounds like exactly what you were talking about earlier with Africa. We are paying for the whole world to get all their resources, the cell phone equipment, all these things, the gold, the diamonds, and yet our debt is still multiplying. So we are, labored in debt, and yet everybody's eating off of us. It's just, wow. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And when you look at those statistics, to me, it's just like, oh my God. And of course, with Native Americans, they've silenced them because they just gave them a bunch of land. But they are the least health-wise, education-wise, anything, what they call in the United States here, like, Native American land. They kind of silenced them. With African Americans, it's a completely different type of still suppression. And it saddens me to know that African Americans today, I'm talking about in 2022, when they looked at debt of individuals, I'm talking about individuals, a human being, as just a single person, that's a Black African American woman coming out of a university after 4-year college, she comes out with at least $30,000 of debt. That's like insanity. How do you even expect her to even buy a house? Like, that's just African American women is that the ceiling, because they tend to be the ones that are actually going to college, because the rest of them are being in prison because of ridiculous laws about if I over policing. I caught you with a bag of weed, but you know all the white people are doing coke next door and they're not doing anything. I can go on and on, and I don't want to get into it, but the point I'm trying to make is it's this ridiculous reparation that needs to happen that nobody wants to talk about. Reparation needs to happen, not just in the United States, but in the world. Yeah?
Yeah, there was a question Sam said, how can you, who can get reparation? Would they need proof that they are descendant? Can you hear me?
Well, yeah, I did hear you, but you have to understand something. In the United States of America, if you have one drop of black blood, you're black. You have to check black on your census sheet. So yeah, you're black. Period. So that means you have reparations. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And then Sam said it. Should the continental Africans also get reparation? It's back to that question.
Listen, right now we're talking about African Americans. When we're talking about Africa, obviously you think that it should, but I'm right now talking about African Americans. Sam is asking a very good question.
Yep. It goes down the line. And Arkham Fire puts it. It said Ethiopia deserves reparation from Britain, Rome, and same.
Well, Italy had to pay how many? They had Italy the second time they came in, not the first time, but the second time. They had to pay Ethiopia like millions of dollars. Now it's billions if you actually look at it post-war. I mean, they made them pay. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but that was not.
That's enough. Reparation.
No, there's still an argument that was not enough. I think it was like $50 million, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know the exact amount, but they still had to pay, which was not enough, obviously, considering. Right. But anyway, going to the African American thing, because I right now I'm just talking about the diaspora of Africans that have built what Europe today stands on, right? So they're the ones. In order for them to have nuclear weapons, they had to have free labor of slavery back in the 17 and 1800s, right? So you don't get to what it is today without having had all of that. Right, so that's what I'm talking about. I'm not even talking about Africa today. I'm talking about these countries that are here that are suppressing the people that are here already of African descent, right? African Americans, whether it's here or in Brazil. Like I think Brazil is a great study. It's probably the worst, actually. It's even worse than here because the favelas are like the ghettos of. This is a developed country, you'd think, and the racism in Brazil is insanity to me. But also, that was as far as population size, about amount of numbers of Africans that went to the Americas, the most numbers were in Brazil. Not only that, on top of that, the way that the Brazilians treated slaves in Brazil was completely evil compared to what they did even here. Not that it wasn't crazy here, because you've seen the images of them. The only way you can suppress people is to completely destroy their brain, to think that they're subservient of, they're like animals, right? So now we're talking about reparations. I honestly believe African Americans have the right to say no, at least reparations in a sense. No, I should not have to pay for college. No, I should have like 0% on when I buy a home. On my, if I, no, are you kidding me? Because all these people that have made money off my back and of my generation, we're not even talking that long, we're talking about 3-4 generations, right? So I'm talking about the African American situation, but I think Sam brought a very good question with Africa. I think that's a totally different question. At least if they do take loans from IMF, maybe they should have a much lower rate of how they pay back, possibly. I don't know. Do you have an idea?
For me,
I think he was also asking because that has been a question that came up, especially out here in California, where they're asking who should the government give the reparations to, and is this just every person who looks who is Black, or should it be the people who actually went through the experience of slavery and were brought over and had a particular experience? So that was the question. And I think for me, I think that people should get what they deserve, and definitely they should get what their ancestors and their grandparents worked for free, and for all that. It's not so much to pay, because you can't pay for something that you didn't voluntarily go into. So there's no set amount really, but you can try, but it's still something. They should still get something. In regards to whether Africans should get it, I don't think so. I think that everybody should get what they deserve. For example, the reparations that is owed to, say, the West African countries is in the form of returning the artifacts, the things that were taken away, some of them very sacred religious symbols and things. So everybody had something taken away from them, and we should pursue our reparations with the people who are responsible. So yeah, so I don't think that we're encroaching on theirs. We actually fully support them getting that, because once we see that one person is getting it, everybody will also, that will be inspiring for everybody to also want to get theirs back, because we also have been very complacent with what we lost. When people tell you, just forget about it, just forget about it. And we are the only people who get told to forget about things. Forget, that's all in the past, that's all in the past. But the past is still with us. The past is not just something that you blow away. These people learn about history of kings and queens from the 12th century to now. You can trace the lineage of, this queen and so on and so forth. If it was just about forgetting the past, you just burn down libraries. So we really don't have a grasp of really even what we lost. When you go to those European museums and you see the extent of African art and the sheer beauty of it, you're like, wow, we really did this. And even when you see Nika traveling around, those places in Africa, you're like, whoa, what kind of people did this? And this was in times when we consider so-called, those back times, and if they could do that in the past, we should be also almost be ashamed of ourselves with what we have that we can't do. So in regards to reparation, yes, we should go and get the past, but at the same time, we should also work to give, the next generation something to have to reparate for. We should also give them something. We should recreate. Really, what we do, reparations is asking somebody to give you something, but recreation is starting over and doing it, almost from the beginning, because a lot of those things have been lost. Not all of them, but we can start somewhere and start rebuilding a lot of what we've lost.
Yeah, and actually, it's so funny that welcome Johnson and Johnson just put a fact that people got repatriation and from President Biden in de facto since $3 billion in military and humanitarian. Can you imagine $3 billion for what it can start with? For all African American that have been enslaved. They didn't even do much. Anyway, when you look at the even in the policies and stuff like that, nobody wants to talk about African Americans, even though there's a lot of internal memos, a lot of information that is going out. None of that information is out, none. And everybody talks about crazy things, but you still have discrimination, you still have that racial tension. It's 2022, as they say. 2022, this thing should not exist. Well, it still exists. We still see it. We see when it comes to a black, everything is like the minute that you approach certain things, they call the cops on you or something like that. We're still seeing it. Let alone to get to repatriation, it should be a crime to really call a cop on a black because he's black. It should be a crime because you really have this hatred in you or mistrust or prejudice that you have. So there are certain laws that need to be passed, very strong laws. If you really want to get to the repatriation and getting paid for it, first, let's use the one that we are existing now and have respect for the black African Americans. That's the first thing. The rest, it'll take course when you start having respect. And now it's going to take other courses to really to be heard. But they're not getting heard. Nobody want to entertain that. It's always under the rug.
Yeah, you know what shocks me honestly is like how we even got here, right? Because I'm actually in a state, this new state for me, but looking at the history, because it's kind of what I'm doing now. But in states, and especially in the southern states in the United States, for example, for almost 250 years, actually the slave population was bigger than the actual white population. And yet the kind of damage that you have to do through, whether it's whipping or whatever you do, killing, lynching, whatever, to get them to become so subservient, to be so scared to even fight back. The reason I'm bringing that up is because I think that situation also has kind of made this whole entire problem even about restitution, or if you want to even talk about repatriation, or if you want to talk whatever you want to say. Even as an African, I can see the difference between Africans and African Americans. They've been so told not to even like Africa, being black, that not only they hate themselves, but they don't even want to. And I've gone through that. Maybe Big E or somebody else on here can speak to that as well, where they will always, in the beginning, I think things have changed. I'm not saying all African Americans think that way. They don't consider themselves African sometimes. And even for that's the kind of brainwash you have to do to a population that big, right? So in the United States, today it's about somewhere between 23 and 27% of the population of the United States is African American, is what they call African American. Because there's a lot of course, a lot more other indigenous people that were already here from Mexico, from, whatever, Latin American countries that are here. So minority-wise, the black population is a lot more. It's actually getting smaller because there's a lot of immigrants coming in. But my experience, even through the kind of brainwashing that still goes on, is that they will tell you, like, I have white friends that will tell me, oh my God, but you're not them. What the hell? So if you're telling me that, but you're not African American. Oh, you're African. You're not black. What the hell does that mean? And I'm not talking about just me as an Ethiopian. They say that about other Africans that are, no matter where they're from, it's not about Ethiopia here. So it's the ideology of like this whole entire population of African Americans that live not just in the United States, but the islands as well. I think the islands probably had it the worst. And like I said, Latin America and predominantly Brazil. This crazy brainwashing that has happened, which is going to take generations to fix. If there are, I know, Biggie, I know you've lived here for a long time. Please talk to that, because it drives me up the walls.
I'll give you something that you said right now about lynching, right? Ida B. Wells pushed 7 presidents to pass the anti-lynching legislation. 11 days ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, yeah.
Crazy to me. That tells you think it didn't happen 2022. This is 11 days ago. Yeah. That just passed a law. Anti-lynching legislation. So you think, this thing gets any better?
Yeah, but I think European countries not only have done this during the slavery period, but I think they're doing it to Africa. It's just different, right? So it's the same idea, because you're always developing. I hate, and we've been talking about, when I write my scientific papers that I write, I don't use those languages. I have not, and I argue about that as well. But it's this mental brainwashing of individuals as being this thing that we're like. I'm in a state, I swear, there are places here that look even worse than worst places that I've ever seen in Addis Ababa.
Yep.
I'm talking about poverty-wise, right? So, give me a break.
I've seen, just from my experience, if you go to Louisiana, before Katrina, right? And I saw people so poor. I mean, beyond poor. It's just, I started questioning, am I in the United States? And in fact, whenever I go side visits and stuff like that, I'll have like a couple large pizzas, in my car, because I know there'll be a hungry child on my way. I know that. I have kids that from the age of 8 and going up to 14, trying to hustle, get your windshield wiped or something, and it's like uh, when you ask them, they don't have food. And in fact, when I give those pieces out, it's like they didn't eat for days. They just say, "Oh, I need," but really, they chow down real quick. And now you got all these things that goes in trying to make peace around the world, and we don't have peace in here. The poverty rate in the United States is staggering. Look at the homeless that there is all around the United States, and you're given billions and billions of dollars on something that, yeah, you want to be shown in there, I'm the police. No, people are starving in America. I mean, if you could really talk about that, there's an issue. When you're not feeding your people, you have a problem. And I'm talking about a lot of homeless in the United States.
Hey, let me tell you, when Katrina happened, I think it was the wake-up call for a lot of Americans to see exactly what was going on, because it was shocking, because they didn't realize how deep the poverty was in New Orleans, specifically the ones that, to an extent, where New York Times and all these major newspapers had like headlines saying Katrina immigrants going into Texas. I'm like, they're Americans. What the hell? Because the images look so shocking.
And this brings back to Mondetezi. He said the last time that we should listen to Kanye West for more than just his music. But I remember that time he had he said a very controversial statement. Remember when he just blurted out in the middle of television? Do you remember that?
Bush doesn't care about black people?
Yeah, that one. And just in the middle of it, I think that was the one and only thing that he ever said that had a political... Well, anyway, there might be some. But, one of the reasons why I say, for me, the most visual scene of what has happened to Black Americans is that scene in Roots. I think by now everybody has seen Roots, where Kunta Kinte is being beaten over and being told to change his name. And that is what happened to Black Americans and to Africans who left the continent. They were forcibly removed, and forcibly, not just to deny, firstly to deny their African identity. They had to give up their language, their culture, their practices, everything about who you are. You had to give that up and serve someone else's interests. Imagine what that would do to you. So some of the things that, it's a privilege to be in the first world, but there's also a certain privilege in being in Africa where you're not confronted with that directly. You get to be in a sort of, not a bubble in a way, but yeah, in a way, because you don't really see the stark reality of it as it's displayed, in other places. We have the soft kind of indirect rule where we get to, ours is more the divide and conquer, theirs is the direct rule, bearing down with a literal foot on top of a man's head on the ground. So, it's a different thing, and privilege is different. It's cool. You could have material privilege, but in a way you see things that you didn't really realize. Like when you first come here, you see what's good and great and all that, and then you see what had to be done to get to where things are, and you still have to question yourself. Is this really the only way to get to where we're going as a people?
Yeah, I think it's what I would call a passive oppression is sometimes what happens. I have the question for you, Tanzan, because you live in California, and I know, Biggie, I know you're in DC, which is completely isolated. It's not even a state, by the way. I know you don't live in DC, you probably live in Virginia or Maryland, but same thing. Completely a different experience for most people that have lived in the Midwest or the South. But even to the west, because the West was the last conquered area of the Americas, and it still has a very big population of Latin Americans because it was part of Mexico until very recently, right? So, so I wonder, and of course, African Americans ended up during the Great Migration between the two waves of it. Most of them went up north, predominantly into areas like Chicago or wherever the industrial north was at the time. They didn't go west. So the black population, that was still new, African American wise. So I wonder if the whole entire experience of African Americans in those places are different than the ones in the South. Because what I'm seeing, I'm not from the South, I'm seeing it now, it's completely different. So I wonder what the experience is, from New York. African Americans are completely different than the New Yorkers, the African Americans in the South or the West. So I wonder even the level of that passive, whatever you want to call it, about how your own identity is as an African American is different between those different regions. If you see it, if you've lived in different places.
I'll tell you something. I've been over 47 states, okay, and I lived, and I'm talking about minimum of 3 months, okay. And
do you work for the CIA, David G?
No, telecom. So I travel.
47 states. That's almost the whole entire United States, bro.
Yeah, this is South Dakota, North Dakota, Alaska, and Montana. These are the 4 states. But I've been in Puerto Rico too. But Puerto Rico, you don't count. Okay. But I work for telecom, so I get the opportunity to travel, and I've seen things that I was in this in the Indianapolis area in what do you call that? Forgot the name. French Lick. French Lick. I went to this population of about maybe 300 people, and I went in the middle of nowhere site, and there was a little girl of 12 years old. She never saw black in her life. I was the first black person she ever met live, not on TV show, live. The amazing story behind it is that her mother was in the Peace Corps in Ethiopia, and she still make her injera in the house. She still make her kiwi and everything else. The girl, that 12 years old, knew a lot more than me on certain historical things that she knew. And she was so thrilled, so happy, on top of that, being black, and I'm Ethiopian. In the middle of nowhere. Okay? So you have, now it make me think, how many whites didn't see blacks. I asked the father, I said, they don't take them to the mall. Yeah, we take them, but most of the thing that they see is, unfortunately, there's no black in that area. In the area that I was in, the Nebraska, there were 5 blacks, and it's not all over. There's stories like that. You know what I mean? And you'll be amazed, like, how come? But it is what it is. So the more you go in different cities, and you look at New Jersey, going in Philly, you'll see all these problems, especially the drug problems. Okay, in Philly, drug infested, a lot of homeless. You'll see people just bending, just doing nothing, being zombies. You know what I mean? And then where you at in the South, there's a pure uh, poverty. I mean, poverty beyond you can imagine. Like you said, in Ethiopia, or anything that we know from experiences uh, in living areas.
It's mutual poverty, but in the United States of America, it's shocking when you see it, right?
That's what I'm talking about.
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about. There, you spending trillions and trillions of dollars, to make a dollar of a dollar, okay, and you still have your own people starving. I don't know when people are gonna wake up. It's just incredible, and these poor people are really silenced because they cannot afford to have an internet. They cannot afford having some kind of communication device. But they have representatives that still say, "Oh, we're okay," and they're still part of the Congress, part of the Senate, and not doing anything about it. I mean, if you really want to be a great nation, start in your home, clean your home.
Gentlemen,
yes.
May I interrupt for a second? I see there has been a very interesting discussion going on in the comments, and I wish to take my say on it. There's a discussion about whether reparations should be given or not, and the one argument is that if we get it, our people are not ready to have it, and if you give people something, they will simply, if you give a powerless people something, they will simply give it back to the people who gave it to them, and that it is counterproductive to ask somebody to give you back, the same person who took it from you, to ask mercy, let's say, from the oppressor. And while I do agree with all those points, and that's why I said, we shouldn't just focus on the past. Reparations is something for the past. This is an acknowledgement of the past. It is not, our hope for the future. This is not something you place your bets on and like, oh, well, let me play the reparations lottery and then that's how I'll feed my family. If you do that, it might take you a while. So no, it's something that it should happen. It ethically should, and we all know that it has happened before. For me, the biggest reason why I would say that, let's just say for Black Americans only, is that they deserve it only because what is the opposite of reparations? Of getting reparations is the same, is sort of to say retribution, or giving what is owed to you, not in terms of money, but even in terms of acknowledgement. The reason why they gave back reparations to the Indians, to the Japanese, and all of this was not because that, oh, this is the price we paid for locking you up. It was to say we were wrong. Even that acknowledgement itself, that is a sign of respect for somebody to say we were wrong for this. So even if they give it and people go and spend it, recklessly, there will still be a historical moment where it was said this was done to them, this happened, that they acknowledge that this happened, to tell somebody that, oh, this happened to you historically, things are still happening to you, and let's just forget about it, like it didn't matter. Even South Africa had a Truth and Reconciliation Committee. Even Rwanda, they had an internal one, which I thought they did better. They had an internal committee. We have to get to terms with what happened, even if it's a symbolic act, even if it just says we acknowledge that this happened, not to give you holidays to just celebrate your people, but to actually say that this happened and this is how we can now move on. Even if they say, well, we give it to you and we don't owe you anything. Even after that, now that will be the impetus for people to say, well, that issue has been done, now we can do it for ourselves. And if we don't, then now it's on us. There will be no more reason now to wait for something else. So that would be my reason. Even if it's symbolic, it is still owed, even symbolically.
Yeah, it's just like I told you about lynching. The lynching laws, they just came in 11 days ago. It just passed 11 days ago.
The idea you cannot even lynch a black or any kind of human being.
Right.
Literally, they passed it in Congress 11 days ago in the United States of America. To me, that shows you how backwards. And I've never, I grew up in New York mostly, and I swear to you, I've never seen this kind of poverty in my life where I live now in the South. It's shocking. It is really absolutely shocking. But that's not just about, by the way, just black people, poverty in general, including whites, by the way.
Yeah,
it's a combination.
It's a combination.
Yeah, because, but we were talking about African Americans, and I don't want to get into the African part of it, because I think African Americans are diaspora to me. They are. They're just a much longer existence of being completely. Anyway, so I just wanted to differentiate, and I think what you just said is true. Sometimes, it's just the apology. Even that takes years. Even for the Americans to apologize to the concentration camps that they did with the Japanese here, it took them like what? That just happened like what, 15 years ago or whatever it was when they apologized. I'm like, really, seriously? You're just apologizing now? And what is still continuing to happen with Native Americans or Native people of the Americas in general, in the Americas, not just the United States, by the way, that includes Canada and South America, the Americas in general. The idea somehow you've created and discovered a country that's already there, or people. I mean, the damage that they did. I think I think it's much higher, but it's 70% of Native Americans were completely wiped out in the Americas. 70%, 7-0. Can you imagine if that happened in Africa? And nobody talks about that. And what's happening in Brazil right now with this? I don't want to get too political about what's happening in Brazil because he's crazy. But the current president, yeah, he in Argentina as well. And what they're doing, not just affecting the local people that have been there before they even came, but also how it affects the whole entire world when you're completely wiping out the forest, the breathing, the air of what the world needs, right? Not just, it doesn't just affect Brazil, it affects the whole entire world as far as the forests are concerned in the Amazon. That's a complete madness that we have to speak up for, because indigenous people are indigenous people. Whether we're Africans, we're Native Americans, we're Asians, or whatever. So sometimes it is so interconnected, and these are small amount of people and small amount of companies that are benefiting. It's not like that is even benefiting a population or a society. It's just literally just money. Neocolonialism and neoliberalism of survival for who? For who? So I think that's kind of what just drives me nuts. And I think because of where I'm at, it's just driving me more crazy, because what I see is just nuts. I'm like, oh my God, if only people could see what America really looks like, because it's so whitewashed, because of everything that you see is what you watch on TV, right? So what Hollywood puts out, for example, I wish there was a better story being told. Unless you're looking for it, you don't really understand what's going on in the United States or anywhere in the Americas, really. It's so ridiculously whitewashed. And the word white with capital WHITE, right? So
it is. It's one thing that I noticed that when you're so thinking that you're advanced in certain ways, but you leave a lot of vacuum, behind. It's just and with all the technology, with everything interconnected, it really we are global. We communicate internationally with whatever the means that you have. We intercommunicate. But I'll tell you this much: for some reason, when it comes to the policies and the foreign policies that's been established here, uh, it's kind of a little bit backward. It doesn't, for each question, and there's an answer. That answer comes with an amendment. The answer, we got too many lawyers that eating up all the finance before it gets to the people, and sometimes it's not even worth collecting it. you know and when Tanzan talked about, if they give us money, they're going to take it. Show me the money. In America, show me the money. I don't care how people win lotto, and they still become broke. But at least those who can put it together will survive on it. You see what I mean?
Absolutely.
The business in America is show me the money. This is, you show me the money. And in fact, those that are smart, they can use it even better in order to really show that they have more to ask about it, because you'll never get what it's worth when it comes to the reprice. And at the same time, if this lynching laws are coming in 2 weeks ago in 2022, when is it going to be a time that's going to come for all African Americans that go to school to benefit, to have free school through a period of time which is a lifetime on any existence, because if you convert the money that is owed, at least the next generation can accelerate. But the beautiful thing that is that African Americans, they getting positioned, they getting things, they getting done. And the studied $40,000 that's been owed now, according to the new Biden laws, they getting rid of the student loans. I don't know how much of that student loans is gonna be gone. It's just
No, Biggie, they're not. It will
yeah.
never pass Congress, by the way. So no, they're not. They're not. What they did is they paused.
You want to bet?
They
You
no, they're
wanna
not
bet?
gonna.
You
He could
wanna bet?
actually. I hope
You
he
wanna
signs it
bet?
before he leaves. I hope. I hope. Do you know him very well? Because the thing is, he could literally actually. He doesn't need Congress for that. He could literally just sign. Because we, during. I'm sorry. I hopefully I'm not screaming because my microphone is very loud. But
No, you're not screaming.
okay. So no, because like I will never forget like when the whole housing crisis was, 2008, and when they saved and they spent what $2 trillion to save banks. Like the student debt is only 1 trillion. Like they're making it such a big deal. I'm like, are you kidding me? You saved these crazy banks that gambled and they're still making money. Even if you, didn't do anything, they'll be fine. But again, don't forget, like a lot of the student debt is owned by minorities. It's not owned by the ones that are well-to-do because they've been making sure that they save money to put their kids to school. Most student debt is owned by minorities and very high interest rates. So what he did, well, during COVID anyway, they kind of paused the interest rate, meaning like the interest rate was stopping. The average American that's in their 30s or something like that right now, they have at the average, right, $35,000 to $40,000 student debt. If you went to college, that to me is insanity. I mean, college, are you kidding me? This is the same education you can get for free almost for $2,000 in Europe with the same education. This is insanity. I think the free market, neoliberal, capitalistic idea of certain, again, it goes back to what I said earlier, way before, like 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. This is the idea that certain public services should be monetized. That's the problem. Like education should be as much. I prefer that we pay taxes and we get those. We pay taxes, by mind you, right? It shouldn't be monetized to that level that it is here. So there's certain public. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Let me ask you something. If you had everything and you had your food provided for, housing, clothing, everything you needed, and you didn't ever need to work for a living, would you still work?
No, Tanzan, I think we're missing our points. There are certain
No. There's a reason why I asked that. There is a reason why I asked that, because the system is working as it is meant to work. When you read 1984 and there's a scene where they're looking over and the director is explaining to him why there is so much abundance. There is so much, like it would cost nothing to feed everybody in the world 10 times over and just have, but the problem that they said is the problem of work is making people get up and go. So for them, they believe that people have to be desperate, either materially or emotionally or in a way for them to get up and do these things that needs to run the machinery. If people were not compelled to do what they have to do, there's no reason why they have to do it. So for them, desperation is the key. So even in seeing the people on the street, that just makes you tighten your work ethic even more so that you don't end up on the streets. That's why you see almost the starkest reality, the harshest realities, next to luxurious wealth. Like you see these people just crossing over, jumping over people who are down in the dumps, and yet they have spare money. So that is also a reason why it has to be this way, in a way. Just so continue.
Yeah, I cannot believe you took it to 1984. Great book, by the way. But you're talking about the book, I'm assuming, not 1984. What is it called?
No.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes,
the book. Okay, you are talking about the book, yeah. That's almost like anarchism, but like I'm not talking about that. I am talking about certain things that should be as a as a citizen. If I'm paying taxes, there are certain things that should not be. I'm paying for it. Like it's not like you're getting it for free. We pay taxes, right?
Yes.
So there are certain things that should be affordable. I'm not necessarily saying completely free. Like in Europe,
Even
even
those
though
taxes are compelled. There's nothing that humans do just out of there. Even the taxes is a form of compulsion. People don't voluntarily pay taxes. So you have to, in a way, force people to do what they need to do. Even
that's a social contract that you sign by living in a society.
Yes, exactly. Now we're getting
it's a social contract. Yes,
now we're talking about Hobbes. Man is a savage creature. We're still working under those assumptions that man is savage, brutish, and short. No, that's I think I can't remember which one. But yeah, that's the philosophy that engenders all this what we're seeing. So
I don't know if SNN is ready for this kind of very deep.
Oh shoot! I just went all the way. Well, they said it was open.
You are getting deep. I love it, Tanzan. I love it. I love it. I love it.
All right. I'm gonna bring you down to some reality that's coming down anyway. All of you know about it. And Marie Antoinette, just thank you so much for there was something that I was gonna say about it. It's the great reset. Okay. The great reset that's going to be changing certain things in order to have this. They have to have all the ducks put together, and it's very very deep. And student loans, that's one of the discussion we had. It's going to be gone. It's going to be forgiven. There's a lot of restructures that's going on within central banks and all that. And one of the things that's going on, shutting down somebody that central bank, I don't want to mention, but you all know, they've been shutting them down left and right. Cannot use the snip and all that. And all that comes to a point where they're going to agree that we're going in 2016. There was a little show, not a show, but a little commercial said, "Do not own nothing and be happy." Literally, it's something that I just make sure that I'm very careful on what I'm talking about. But it's deeper that there's a law that really passed by the Supreme Court in 2003, and they got 1 year now. 20 years is going to be 2023. So all this crazy thing that you see happening is the Great Reset. And one of the things that they're going to be doing is the economical reset nationally here and as well globally. I'll give you a little example. It's like uh, I'm hitting just the top and the tip because there's certain things that I cannot mention on it. But imagine you're on a big aircraft carrier. That's the country or continent, name it. Everybody lives in there, okay, and everybody gets paid in gold, okay, and at the same time, they're going to put a little piece of gold, just like any other way economy goes. You putting down for your retirement or all the thing for your health care or whatever that you put in for your life insurance, just a normal life, right? At the end of the day, um, you know, you're going to retire, okay? And before you even touch the retirement, you die. So that means all that gold piece that you're holding on is no longer yours. And I'm talking about you can have all the real estate trustees or whatever that you can have, but you didn't take everything or distributed your wealth to begin with. So guess who's going to take it? The aircraft carrier runner, which is the government. They'll take all that. Right now, we're looking at 4 quadrillion worth of gold. Okay, just gold. It's in gold. It's the reality. But none of that wealth has been distributed. We're talking about poverty and all that. None of that wealth. There'll be a time when you're going to be sitting down in front of a bank or anything that's been assigned to take your intake, your input. You're going to be giving them your name, your address, and everything. It's going to take about a good 40 minutes by the time you fill out that form. And guess what? It's already been tested that people can sit down and get paid because we already got different things that being created in order to make that happen. So the Great Reset is the one that's going to be something that we need to talk about because I never wanted to talk about it because there's a lot of depth to it. But I know certain things are going to change before you even notice it. A lot of things, including I'm talking about the whole central banks issue, all this bubble that they create, the failure of prime loans and all that. Everything is going to be changing, and they're all trying to put it together with all the superpowers and all that. And it goes down to Africa, and Africa is gonna comply to that level because all this retirement money that you're gonna get, all this tax that you pay, the excess tax, everything is gonna be out in the open. So that's why I was saying, we want to bet on this paying off school. Student loan is nothing. They already got the interest on a few. Those that paid it off already pays off everybody's loans. Okay. So there's a lot of things that's coming down. That's one thing that I want to mention to everybody. I just touched it, the tip, and you can research it. You can follow on what the Great Reset is. And I see Johnson and Johnson. You putting out a lot of information, and I see. It's not the CIA. I'll be that big E. I am.
I know, Biggie, but you got some info that you're not telling us everything about. So that's why I said
No,
that.
there's information that's out there. It's like I collected it for years and follow it,
Yeah.
And God bless his soul, my brother, he passed away, and we used to give each other assignment to come up with an answer, and we verify each other that we have the true source and the true information. Uh, I miss my brother. I really miss him. This is the time that I really need him, and in this forum actually, very brilliant, intelligent. I admire him. My younger brother is, I can call him my twin, because we are only 1 year apart. But our thinking is we're two different people. We can argue. We base on facts. And if I don't have it, I'll find it. I'll take time to get it, because he will challenge me and I'll challenge him too. But this is where we found out all these things is going to happen in 2017. And I'm looking at it like a wide open book as it's happening. Look at all these wars that's going on. Look at all these central banks, the way they shuffling. Look at where COVID enters and why this thing's happening. It is already planned. It's already there in the book. So now you'll hear on your different ads and everything else is like buy gold, buy silver, buy gold, buy silver. Okay, so that tells you there's some movement, you know. And I know this movement, and this is the Great Reset they're trying to do. But the Great Reset that they show you on the public on what they want to do versus what is under, in order to push them to agree, because the whole world is going to go bankrupt. The whole world is going to be like chaotic. So they have to control it. They have to put the check and balances, because the way and the rate we're going, it's not going to be. You're looking at all. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. It hits across the globe. It's not just an African issue. It's across. If it hits the West, imagine what's going to happen to the African economy. So we have to be resilient. We have to really watch what's coming down, and we are the one. And thank God we have people out there that are really fighting the real battle, and they're Africans. Okay, and I'm so proud of it. I'm not going to mention things, but it is what it is. So there is a change that's going to come down real hard. But it's
the great reset, and I think Ezra is like pointing. He's like gotta close. But I think what you said, Biggie. Because I think your show kind of touches on it. Professor Ezra's show touches on it. That's why I was saying earlier. So many of these intersectional topics that it's so difficult just to talk about one without the other. But I hope that you expand on that, especially when we're thinking about the global aspect of diaspora, and because that's your show, right? The diaspora. It doesn't always have to be fun and cute. Of course, that's always going to be fun. But I think these are very important issues, especially I've noticed that a lot of us tend to be all over the world. So, and our experiences are different. Some of us in the US, some of us are in Asia. I think Pai was here earlier. He's in Thailand, not Thailand, in Taiwan. I wonder what that is like. And even the OG over here having lived in Korea. I don't know, you know what I mean? So I think these are very important conversations. But then this whole entire reset idea, it is happening. I think the whole entire thing that is happening between Russia and Ukraine is kind of partially after that. And what's happening with the EU and NATO is partially of that. And there's definitely a reset. And I think COVID was one of the facilitators of a shock to the world system, or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, oh my God, we could have conversations about this for days. And Tanzan, you could even do a little bit on your show.
One thing you touched up on that. I'm gonna say kene. You understand? Kene in Amharic, they have the wax and the gold, meaning of a certain expressions, right? And you hit it right there, and me and my brother knew in 2017, and he passed in 2019. Okay, 2 days before Christmas. May God bless his soul. Xavier bless his soul. But he said it started. And he passed in December 23rd. But we talked about it a month before that, when the first Chinese guy that had COVID. And we said it started. And we knew what's coming down after that, because it's not a conspiracy theory. It's just based on facts. Certain things passed in 2003 by the Supreme Court, and everybody globally agreed. And usually you have an expiration date, and we gave it 20 years. And sure enough, the Great Reset intervened for the last, a year and a half. And we're close to 2023. We're at 2022. So there's a lot of things that's going to be changing. A lot of things. The survival, the main thing is how we're going to survive it. And again, within that, there will be certain compensation, but there's a lot you're going to give up. A lot of
talk about the timing of SNN and all these conversations. I think I know it sounds crazy, but I promise you, one day we will laugh about this. Is that these are the conversations that are happening that are going to completely reimagine a lot of the future. These small little conversations right now, but yeah. Anyway,
like you said, I had this conversation of what I'm seeing now in 2022, and it falls right into the dots. Even though I lost in 2019, I follow things that we noted, and I'm noticing on things that's going to happen. And in fact, we said there will be a problem between the superpowers. It was one of the equations, and we put it in there. And 2022, the last minute run, and it happened. And 2023 is going to be something that is beyond our belief. The way things are cooking, the way right now, with on the food section, we passed the simmering. It's not simmering anymore. It's cooling off. Now it's going to get served, ready to be served from the kitchen to the table. That means it includes all of us. And Xavier is great. Xavier is great because within whatever the reset is going to be, we're all going to be protected.
Guess what I'm going to be listening to tonight, just so you know? Golden Wax by Gigi, which she talks about this whole entire thing throughout the whole entire album. In case you have not listened to it, listen to it. Gigi Golden Wax album. She talks about and not just that, but even anyway, religious. I feel really bad for Ezra because he said he has to go. But
no, he just got here. He's got another 2 hours to go. So
unfortunately, Biggie.
he just refilled. Let's talk. Hey, Montezzi, don't have anything about South Africa?
That one is over. We're done, Biggie. You came late. We started with that.
No, it's really we had this great topics because we touched upon certain things, and they are very important for us to know as we move with One Africa. We need to know what's going on around our world, and I think we didn't talk much about Africa, but at the same time it relates to it because eventually it will have an impact. Okay, if you really think, I just give you a little homework, and every nation there is out there in Africa digging on the resources that's been taken out, and they've been put like a IOU kind of bank accounts.
No, you owe me. It's not IOU, it's you owe me.
Right,
it's
but at the same
opposite.
Time, right? No, I know, but the way they put it is IOU, right? Because the laws and rules and regulation, when they come down, if you owe somebody, you're gonna pay back. So before you know it, all this wealth that's been really put on hold, especially heavy resources from the on the French side, forget it. They're gonna be rich. I'll guarantee you that. They will have to bring every single franc back to the native country because it's part of the Great Reset. Because you cannot hold that money anymore. There's more that's going to be asked from you to dump, and one of them is what you owe, and you have it, you're going to dump it, and that's what's going to be 2023 is going to be a year where we're going to see so many things coming back to us for a lifetime. Okay, for those who's going to be surviving everything, but it's going to be a payback for the people, the small guy that paid all these taxes, that even his father, grandfather, and everybody poured in. That's going to be calculated into his heritage. So this is the road that we're going on the Great Reset.
So on that note, so what are the shows next week? So Tanzan, what is your topic next week? I think Tanzan, took a nap. Okay. Tezi, Wunda Tezi, what is your topic area next week? Oh my God, I feel like I'm calling out people in class, and they're taking a nap. So I'm assuming they're not.
It's late.
No, they're not on. But it's funny because I think I just asked them because I think Tanzan's topic might be online already. I think I saw it. I think Tezi said I know as well. And then Naga Anta, it's a very open conversation about diaspora. So I just thought everything that you just said, there's an injection of everything you just said into everybody else's area of conversation. But anyway, listen, Biggie, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Okay. Should be fun.
I want you to come in early because usually hosts, we don't like to be lonely, we need to have love it.
I'll do that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be ready. I'll be ready to break my fasting on Sunday. So it's
exactly. So, I told you I'm not fasting.
All the ribs that you have, I'll make sure that I'll take the videotape.
Yeah.
On the
oh my God, I turned it off, but I haven't even eaten yet. Can you imagine? I did all this stuff and I haven't even eaten yet. I'm going to eat now. It just got dark. I'm going to go outside and actually enjoy the weather. It's so beautiful. So I'm going to take my dinner outside and eat it outside. Such a beautiful day. But Ezra, hopefully you can hear me. Thank you for your patience. And I understand you have something to go to tomorrow, which is end of life is one of those things that we all face, whether we like it or not. It should always be a celebration unless even if it's unexpected. Hopefully, that's what you're going to be doing. So, I'll talk to you tomorrow. And I think the other two are completely silent. So I think they're there, but they're not there. That is, we're going to call them out on that next time I see them, by the way.
Yeah, I just want to thank, Johnson & Johnson, Mary Antoinette, Sam, Icon you put some $1 trillion that need to be put for Africa, $1 million ahead. We acknowledge that. I just want to let everybody knows. Every comment that you put is very appreciated. Sounds bound to compensation. Yes, the compensation got to go on. And these are the things that if you guys join me tomorrow, I'm probably going to be not probably, but I'm going to entertain some of these things that we talked today, because it falls into the diaspora also, on what diaspora is going to experience and what the things that's going to trickle down. I'm going to hit some top hitters, but I'm not going to promise you that everything that I'm going to say, I'm going to give you some referral material where everybody can talk. Other than that, please subscribe and like our show. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Biggie.
Yeah, let's pray on that because we didn't do a prayer.
Yeah. Family, it was great being here this morning or since last night till the morning here in Africa. And don't forget to connect with us 8 p.m. Saturday for the Diaspora Talk with our host, Biggie. And and also the Swahili Nation News with Wangal around 12. Please also watch that of the current affairs happening across the continent. And with that, we're going to close for tonight. This is just a wrap up of our rundown of this week. And thank you to the guys that joined, Yonatan, Monatezi, Tenzan, Biggie, and everyone who joined even earlier. Marie Antoinette, Soundband, to all the guys that have been here tonight supporting us and contributing to this growth of this channel. Thank you very much. And and then we can now close in prayer, and we shall see you tomorrow. And from us in Swahili Nation, One Africa, we love you, and We are praying now. Thank you, Abba Father, for this night that you've blessed us with. Thank you that we can come together as brothers and sisters. We thank you for the wisdom that you've imparted on each and every one of us tonight. We thank you that we were blessed, we were sharpening each other. We thank you, Father, for your protection until we meet again. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
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 Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, Ezra. You know, I love you. I love you all.
Love you too,
And,
Biggie.
I mean it. My prayer goes in extension to Marie Antoinette Kaku, and as well Kuku and Dr. Zadeka. And those of you that need the prayers, that you've been silent, you didn't say anything, may Xavier protect you. May Xavier put all the blessing. He sent his only son. He got crucified today, and the day that is a glory in him. We are being free from all the sins. And I bless you all in the mighty Father. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I bless you all. Thank you so much for all joining us. Xavier put people in place for the right cause, and you are in the right cause. Love you, and have a good night. It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap, family.
It's a wrap, family.
Let's
All right, Ezra.
meet again tomorrow. Cheers. Bye, Biggie.
Cheers.
Love you.
All right. Love you too, my brother. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.